Okay, we're going to go ahead and reconvene our meeting. We were on item H, budget-related items 6 through 17. We are now on item number 7, and that is a public hearing and first reading ordinance adopting the Corpus Christi fiscal year 2024-2025 capital budget beginning October the 1st of 2024. Mr. Houlihan.
Good afternoon again, Mayor and Council. This is a capital improvement program budget. Capital improvement program is a 10-year plan that was reestablished really in fiscal year 19 and 20. And prior to that, it was basically engineering and management and budget did some transfers, but essentially engineering ran the CIP program. Currently, the Office of Management and Budget manages the CIP, and it's implemented by the engineering department. It's developed, updated, and proposed by city departments annually, and the council annually adopts it. So fiscal year 25 will be the 6th year we've been under the current format business plan. It's a 10-year CIP. The council adopts an annual CIP budget. The short-range program is years 1 through 3, and these particular projects have to have a funding source. And the long-range fiscal year years 4 through 10, they must be realistic, but they do not have a funding source identified. The 25 capital improvement program totals a little over $1 billion. This is including interfund transfers, and you can see by the list there that the water, wastewater, and streets without utility support comprise almost 80%, 77.2% of the total CIP. And then on the funding sources, revenue bonds, the state loans is the SWIFT loan for the desal project, and then some operating fund reserve comprise over 77% of the funding sources for the CIP. So that's all the presentation I have. I'll stand by and for any questions that the council might have.
Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. So if this passes, what will be our total debt?
Total debt. I think it's 1.7 billion.
Okay, we were told 1.8.
This doesn't include, and this does not include Bond 24, which will go to the voters in November. If that passes, we'll come back with an amendment as we typically do.
We've been told in the past it would be 1.8 to 2.2. That's not correct?
Currently, it's a little over 1.7 billion, so that would be in the, yes, that's probably about right, yes. Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, this is kind of the biggest issue, right, is how much debt we're getting into. And I think from last time that you had sent me the information, we were at 1.68 billion in all debt, including tax-funded debt as well as revenue bonds. Correct. So in looking at this, the one that stands out the most, and I mentioned this during our last discussion, is the amount of debt that we're putting ourselves into with regards to the water department, and how much revenue we would need in order to cover that debt, right? So this is the biggest concern here, is because we've increased our water budget less than $30 million over the last 5 years, and we're going to be adding so much debt that we're going to have to require our revenue to be increased by $130 million, roughly, over the next 5 years. So this is a big part of this. Is there, and this might be for Drew, is there any way we can pull back on some of these projects so we're not overextending ourselves to require us to have that much debt?
Councilman, I'll take a stab at that, and this is something we'll probably talk a little bit about on our next item when we get to water and wastewater. But you know, so much of what we do in the water and wastewater business, and I look at it as a business. You know, we run a business. I will tell you, we're not in the business to generate a profit, but we certainly aren't in the business to be ineffective, or certainly not in the business to not do things the right way. And so what drives almost everything we do is a regulatory environment that we're committed to. So on the wastewater side, we have the Clean Water Act. The Clean Water Act requires us to do certain things. Unfortunately, some cities have struggled with that. There's some cities that have a consent decree and they have to respond accordingly, which is what we're doing. On the drinking water side, the same thing. It's the Safe Drinking Water Act. We have regulatory requirements to meet pressures, to meet certain things that I think are really important that our citizens, sometimes I say citizens take for granted when they turn on their tap and they flush their toilets, and that's okay. That's what we do behind the scenes. So to your question, what could we cut? That is something that we think a lot about. What could we cut?
Okay, now I didn't say cut. I said pull back on and spread out over more time, not necessarily cut. There's a difference there. I'm not telling you not to do these projects. I'm saying that, let's pace ourselves so we don't get us out over our skis, so to speak. Because somebody has to pay for this, right?
Right.
We have to pay for this. And because we're obligating ourselves to, you're asking us as a council to obligate ourselves to this debt, right? And the decision to pay for that won't be for the next budget cycle. Okay, so you put them in a position to where we've already borrowed the money, you've got to pay your debt, and so they're left with the decision of raising those rates or cutting operations, right? Or a combination thereof.
So I would tell you, I sure hope we're putting the next council and the councils after that in a very good place to be, so that future councils and future generations of Corpus Christians have a affordable water supply. They have water. They have the wastewater services that we need to have. We're trying to create, hopefully an environment where we have the infrastructure that we need to sustain us for decades to come. And I think a big part of what we're doing today is we're trying to address infrastructure that, and this isn't just for Corpus Christi, this is all over the country. Years of neglect of infrastructure, and it's easy to see why. A lot of the infrastructure that we operate, it's not seen. It's below the ground. Some of our infrastructure is inside fenced walled areas, and so folks don't see that. They don't necessarily understand all the work and the elements that go into maintaining that infrastructure and replacing it. And so, at this point, the question that you ask is what could we maybe not cut? What could we delay? We've looked at that, and nothing real easily jumps out as to what we could delay. The things that we need to do are things that we need to do now, things that have a huge sense of urgency that we believe strongly need to happen today.
Look, I understand what you're saying. When I first got here, we weren't doing any preventative maintenance. We weren't using Maximo. Nothing was inputted properly, and we were using it just for reactive service only. Okay, a lot of that goes on what happened in the past, and we can't do anything about that. Okay, but people still have to pay for this. Now, you and I, maybe most of the people on this council, can afford a doubling, maybe more of water rates. I mean, we're basically going to have to double our revenue requirements. So how do you pay for that? You got three ways. You cut operations, you increase rates, or you find a new customer. I don't think a lot of new customers are, going to be readily available right away. So it's going to be on the rate side. And, having that massive increase is going to be very difficult, especially in our current high inflation over the last several years. Aspect on how much things are going to cost. So, and that you could see that just in the cost of construction with what we happen to face. Heck, even desal tripled in cost from what we projected initially. So, what is it? I understand you want it all to do it now and make sure when somebody turns the water faucet, the water comes out. But what is it that we can do to, like I said, pace ourselves so we're not completely overextending our ratepayers?
Right. If you're asking for a specific project that I could offer you today that we could potentially delay, it'd probably be a bit unfair of me to put that right here to you today. We could go back and we could take a look at a few things. One thing that our team has talked a little bit about in terms of maybe not cutting but delaying, we have an on-site chlorine generation project that is a capital improvement project. It's a relatively large capital.
How about a fluoride project?
Fluoride is one that, certainly has some discussion on that. There's folks that feel one way or the other on it. I would just tell you that what we try to do is we try to make sure that the precious dollars that we have, we are applying those to projects that drive capacity increases, so more water, more wastewater capacity, and regulatory requirements, so that we don't have TCQ, breathing down our throat. We don't have the EPA breathing down our throat. We want to make sure that we meet and exceed those requirements. So, I don't have a specific project that I could offer to you that we could delay. I've got some ideas of some things that we might be able to think about delaying. But, like I mentioned to you before, and you and I have had that conversation, a large capital project that's, ongoing as we speak at the water treatment plant is a chlorine improvement project. I think, just like you think, I think it's an important project. I think there's a safety component to it. It's a big price tag. Does it get us more water? No, it doesn't. Does it meet a TCEQ requirement? No, it doesn't. But does it offer a safety component to the community? It does. And I think with that, that's important. And so I think
that you need to do the financial analysis to see if on-site chlorine generation over time saves you money versus buying a rail car full of chlorine. That there's only a few producers of it that we can have access to. So we went through that one whole scenario where we didn't get our rail car.
That's right.
Went to the wrong place. So there are some aspects you can look at in terms of on a financial analysis on a lot of these projects. So I would, like I said, don't pick something arbitrarily. Do the financial analysis. See what makes the most sense. Okay, so that's just one component. The water is one component. And like I said, it's 33% of your operating budget to pay for it, to pay for that debt service, and you only have it going up. What is it, 468 million of that 474 revenue bonds? Or I'm sorry, 220 of it, 200 of is from the SWIFT fund. The remainder of that 468 million is revenue bonds.
Yeah, I believe so.
There's 474 revenue and 221 on the state lines.
So, what I would say is nobody wants to take more debt than we can manage. And I can tell you that when I talk to my counterparts around the state, we're not the only ones that are incurring debt to pay for infrastructure improvement and infrastructure replacement. So across the state, there is an upward pressure on rates everywhere you go. And I think it's important to note that, we've spent a lot of time looking at how we compare to other cities in terms of our revenue to debt ratios, making sure that we're meeting our financial policy goals that we've established, that the council has established, certainly working with our financial team, not just within the city, but outside, to making sure that we have the ability to generate the debt that's required to meet the obligations that we have going forward.
Victor was here earlier. Is he here?
I saw him earlier.
I saw him earlier, but I guess he's not back. According to our debt management policy, we were supposed to have a ratio of 1.25, but I know earlier we suggested a 1.15. Is that what we're going with?
1.5 on debt.
It's up to 1.25. So I think if you ask somebody like Victor or some of the financial folks, they would probably say, if in a perfect world, they'd probably like to see 1.25. 1.15 is the bare minimum for the bond covenant. So
we're lowering what we've traditionally had at 1.25 to 1.15 in order to borrow this money.
Not sure.
So while our debt policy does say 1.25, our debt covenants are 1.15 in an average. Normally what ends up happening is at the end of the year, we usually fall around, when we close the books, around that 1.2, 1.25. So we budget to make sure that we meet our minimum debt covenants, but then we do most times meet that financial goal, the financial policy goal of the 1.2 or 1.25.
Well, I think that's because we don't end up doing all the projects and don't borrow all the money, right?
I'm sorry?
We don't end up borrowing all that money because we don't get to most of the projects, right?
That doesn't really play into the, when.
Well, it's when you sell the bonds when you actually need them, right?
Exactly.
So if you're not doing the project or you're delayed in the project, you don't borrow that money.
Exactly, but that doesn't have that, so our debt coverage ratio,
Goes to
though,
the following year.
plays into exactly when we budget, we make sure that we have our
Right.
1.15 there is budgeted.
So we're budgeting this amount for what we currently have.
Exactly.
Right, and what we sell.
Exactly.
So this is going to be for the fall, when you borrow, when we approve this, you
Yes.
don't borrow it until next year and don't start paying for it until the following year.
Exactly, or the following years.
Right.
But this is included in our rate modeling, and so when we go through and make sure that we have those minimal coverages amounts, that does play into the rate modeling. We do that outlook of several years, understanding what we're going to be issuing and what our estimated revenues are going to be.
Right, which would require a significant rate increase.
Well, I think we're looking at after 28 or 29, that there would be a gradual rate increase at that point in time.
It's hard to get gradual when you need to increase it by $130 million.
Yeah, well, I can't speak to the merits of the rate modeling, so.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Klein.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had, I guess, a couple of concerns in here, and some of these were raised this morning as well, but it's been like the public comment, the comments that we heard. This is not a terribly large amount in the grand scheme of things, but the $250,000 for the fleet vehicle wash. Again, not a large ticket item in the bigger scheme of the overall budget, but I think in the situation we're at right now in stage 2 water restrictions, perhaps slipping towards stage 3 water restrictions, I just don't think this is a good idea. I know there's been an argument made regarding that it would perhaps be a cost savings to conduct these car washes in-house as opposed to going to a commercial car wash. I think that we have missed out on a third option, and that is don't do car washes. Don't wash them, or at least wash them less. You can cut them back by 50% or 75% rather than building this thing. And again, I know this is a small ticket item, but again, given the context of where we're at now in drought restrictions, I have real concerns about that. And then this is again brought up this morning as well, the underground methane or gas storage. Almost $49.5 million. And there was comments I think made this morning that this is going to be cost effective, that's going to pay for itself. I haven't heard a time frame. If it's going to pay for itself, what's the time frame within which it's going to pay for it? Is it going to be 5 years or is it going to be 150 years?
Well, it's not 150, but Bill Mahaffey's here, and he can help you with it.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Bill's our Director of Gas Operations. And again, the gas fund's paying for this entirely. Go ahead, Bill.
Yes, sir. So the plan right now is that it'll pay itself back within 5 years.
Okay.
And during that time, if everything goes as planned with ARM Energy, their lease agreement for the use of the facility is going to cover our capital and operating expenses for the facility. Mm-hmm. So the facility will be available to our customers at no cost to the customer. Mm-hmm. And the city will also should see revenue above and beyond that from the project.
So when you say it's going to pay for itself in 5 years, that's based on, I guess, an estimation of what you think natural gas prices are going to be, and that there's going to be a cost savings because of the gas we stored underground. Is that right?
It's based on what myself and ARM Energy, the company that's interested in partnering on this, it's based on some performance that we put together with them. Mm-hmm. on what we can see from the facility in the first 5 years.
Mm-hmm. But we have a reasonable expectation that would pay for itself within the 5 years.
And so when we're talking about paying for itself or rate of returns, you have to realize that this might be a 30-year bond. Mm-hmm. But when I'm talking about paying for itself in 5 years, I'm talking about if it's $50 million, then we'll be looking at $10 million a year, mm-hmm. paying that back before the bonds are, if we choose to pay the bonds back quicker, then we can. And even on the smaller proprietary end, there's probably at least a 10-year ROI on that. That's probably the worst case scenario on it, which is kind of a good case scenario. Mm-hmm. And that is through hedging of the gas. So buying the gas, inexpensive gas, that we can offer to our customers at a very low, affordable rate And then also, even with a proprietary facility, we would get additional storage customers that we don't have as gas customers right now.
Yeah, and I think I phrased this wrong incorrectly. It's not so much that would pay for itself, but that there would be a cost savings to the natural gas ratepayers.
Significant.
It's not as if money's going to be coming back into the city, into us, the city, but rather to the residents who are utilizing the gas instead.
I guess maybe I didn't understand your question. Are you asking if the city would get that revenue instead of the customers?
Right. That's
I mean,
my understanding.
there's a couple different scenarios that I'm going to present at a later time. That's kind of early in the stage for me to present the whole business model, y'all, because it's ever developing. But my initial goal is that part of the money that we use to develop the reservoir and the capacity that we develop for our customers only benefits our gas customers with inexpensive rates, with affordable gas rates. Also helps us pay back the storage facility, and we still have about 4 or 5 more years to pay back the URI bill that we have. I mean, we are getting close to paying that off, but I would like, if we can get this facility done soon, that it helps pay that expense back.
Right. So again, just bear with me. If I understand right, then within the next 5 years, the $49.5 million spread over 5 years would be cost savings to the natural gas users.
We have to build it first.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
But within 5 years, that's a pretty significant savings over 5 years.
that's what we're hoping for.
Right.
And that's just our goal. But yeah, I mean, it's a win-win.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that, Bill. Thank you for that.
No problem.
And then the other concern I had, and I don't know what the answer to this is. This is again on the budget item, is the $221 million for the desalination project. My concerns about that I think are well known, so I'm not going to belabor that point here today. But I have concerns about that in the budget here as well. Thanks.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you. Well, that is my main reason for probably not supporting this, is because of the SWIFT fund loan. The $517.2 million, it's, 51% of the capital improvement program funds. That's a huge number. I mean, that's what I'm looking at, the 517. Now, Eddie, what would happen if we don't get, the discharge permits for the desalination? We come up against other obstacles. What would happen to that loan? I mean, we still have to repay, even though we're not going to be able to go forward with the desalination plant?
No. Yeah.
Councilwoman, that's a bit of a hypothetical question. And, I've been tasked, our team's been tasked, this council and previous councils have given us very clear direction on what our mission is. And our mission has been to secure the lowest interest funding that we possibly can secure. And I understand that a new water supply project, we all know it's going to cost significant dollars to do that. And so one of the things that we're doing is we're also trying to help the ratepayer by applying for grant funding. So we think that grant funding is another tool that would be available to us that would also help us offset those costs. We feel strongly that we're going to be successful getting the permits that we're required to get. We continue to move that along, and so.
But would you need those kinds of permits if you were building the parallel line to Mary Roads Pipeline? Would you still require all those permits like you are for desalination? Because haven't you said that we would actually be getting double the amount of water if we were to build a parallel line to Mary Roads Pipeline? It would get us 70 MGD as opposed to this proposed desalination plant of 30 MGD.
Right, so there would be some pretty significant challenges with a major pipeline project.
But excuse me, Councilwoman, we don't have 70 million gallons to bring from the east. Yeah,
Well, that's what was told.
I know, that's why we want to correct it, because I've heard it over again.
Yeah,
All we have is, we only have rights to 70, and we're taking 60 of it today.
Correct.
So there's only 10 more million gallon.
Well, then it would be Drew, you're the one that actually stated that, so
Right.
do you
So
want to
let me just
correct that, or?
let me correct the record. I think what I was trying to say was that if we built a parallel pipeline, it would be predicated on the fact that we would need to find another water supply to pull more water down that pipeline, because we are fully leveraging all of the water that we have available to us on Lake Texana. We're not able to get quite all the water that we want out of the Colorado. We're doing that more now than we ever have in the past. But if we were to try to bring significantly more water down the Mary Roads pipeline in a parallel line, as you described, we would need to find another water source. So we would need to contract more water from Lake Texana. We'd have to go try to find other water rights in another basin to.
If that was the case, why wasn't that said before? Because that's not what you stated at a previous meeting. You didn't state that, we weren't able to get another 70 MGD. You just said, as I remember, is that, yes, we would be able to get an additional 70, not that we were already getting the max now. So is that?
If I said that, I apologize. What I've always said is that having a redundant parallel line would provide us a lot of benefit. Of course, there's a huge cost to building a parallel pipeline. If we had a parallel line, it would allow us to do a lot of things that we can't do today. For example, taking down the one and only line that we have to do maintenance on it is something that we really can't afford to do. There are some things that happen on a pipeline that are good practices to take the line down, to pig it. It's basically putting an instrument through the line to clean the line out. Sometimes over time, the capacity of that line will be reduced, which means you can't get as much water as you otherwise would like to get down. Mm-hmm. So those are some things that I think could provide benefit. Yeah. But in terms of, another, to bring more water down that pipeline, we would have to find another source of water to put into that pipeline. And that's not to say that we can't continue to push on that pipeline a little bit more. As I mentioned, and I think as most of us know, we're operating at a much higher flow rate than we have in the past. One of the things that we find when we push infrastructure a little bit is sometimes there are some things that happen that are unforeseen. So we've found on a few instances that pumps and motors, even though they're maintained, it doesn't quite do the same when you're operating it at a high operational speed. So we have had some challenges operating that pipeline at a higher flow, but that's the kind of thing that we think is important, to have that kind of operational flexibility.
Well, back to my original comment on the 517 million. Okay, so I'm still under the assumption that we still don't have everything that we need to proceed with the desal in the Inner Harbor. And because we do have, the exemption fee fund, I keep forgetting how much we have now, 25
million.
25 million. Okay, so at this point, if we're coming across so many issues with this desalination, couldn't we turn around and use it for another issue? If not the Mary Roads pipeline parallel line, would we be able to use it, let's say, for water reuse? Could we actually use that?
A new water supply is...
No, the answer is no, you can't. The loan we got was only for the seawater desalination plant.
The loan that we have is only for, okay, and so we are now obligated to have to pay it, even though it may not go through.
Well, that part we haven't answered yet, so, because we haven't issued all the debt, so there are timelines to issue this debt in November. Heather can help me with this, but we were competitive amongst 40 applications.
I remember.
And so the state saying, we want you to build this desal plant with this low interest loan. If we say no thanks, then we're going to have to give the money back, the loan back. We can't use it for something else.
Right, and that timeline is in November what?
Heather may have the exact dates, but it's kind of towards the end of November to issue the debt.
I'm not sure the exact dates, but it is in November, December timeframe.
Okay.
If we issue the debt and then we don't move forward with the project, then we have to work with Texas Water Development Board. Either that money would have to go back to Texas Water Development Board, which then would eliminate the debt. There would be a penalty in that, probably about a $9 to $10 million penalty. But if we did not move forward with the construction of the desal plant, then we would have to do something if we issue that debt to
Okay,
that
but
money
we
back.
would be looking at maybe possibly 9 to 10 million, but as opposed to the 221 million that we would be forced to pay, start paying.
If we did not move, if we issued the debt at the end of this year and then did not move forward with the construction of the plant, then we would have to take that money, would have to go back to Texas Water Development Board, and we would incur a $9 to $10 million penalty on that.
Okay. Uh-oh, somebody's listening to some videos here. All right, thank you so much.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm sorry, I hit the wrong button on my phone. Okay, so, and I don't care who answers this, somebody jump in. On this list of the funding sources for the fiscal year 25 CIP, we show revenue bonds of $474 million, state loans of $221 million, and so forth. So are we going to sell $474 million worth of revenue bonds next year?
No.
Okay. Then why are we showing?
We typically do reimbursement resolutions and
Yeah,
come
Councilman.
back.
Yeah, what that shows is that's when the contracts will be awarded by City Council. So we're saying that over this next fiscal year, we're going to bring contracts to council totaling about 474.
Okay.
And then what happens is, once that happens, then we time the issuance of the debt to the work. So it's,
I get that, Peter,
Yeah.
but you understand what this looks like to people who are not sitting up here listening to this every day like we
Right.
do. This looks like we're doing all of this in 1 year.
well, we need, so this charter
And
requires.
this is going to be carried out, just like the SWIFT loan of 220, we're not going to spend $221 million next year.
Right, but the city charter requires that funds are available to award a contract. It's in the charter.
I understand that, but you're still going to spread those funds out over
That's
a
correct.
period of time.
Right, that's
So
correct.
why don't we show that?
That would be a different statement. We can show that in the future.
We-
Probably, we can show that in the
We
future.
need to show a projection of,
Yeah.
because Councilman Hernandez
Okay.
keeps talking about the debt like it's all
Yeah.
going to happen next week.
Okay, good point. So from now on, we can show this is the
I'm sorry, I
contract
don't mean
approval
that
amount.
as an
Yeah.
insulting remark, but I'm
Oh.
just
No,
saying.
good point.
No, you're
Yeah, yeah.
absolutely right. And
You have a good point.
And Peter, it's a messaging.
Yeah, we can show that going forward.
Because you're right, people don't know.
They don't
Right.
If you are sitting, you are all are sitting here,
Yeah,
and
we
many of
know.
you are here
Right.
weekly, but
Yeah,
my
we
mom
can
at
show it.
home is
Yeah.
going to look at that number
Yeah.
and say, what?
Right.
It's
Yeah,
just
great
like-
point, Councilman.
Just like our
Yeah.
budget, you're going to
Yeah.
put out, you're going to tell the public that our budget's going to be $1.8 billion.
Yeah.
We're not going to spend $1.8 billion
No,
next
you're
year.
right. You're right.
And we need to
Yeah.
explain that to people.
Okay, we can
so
do that going
they
forward.
understand.
Right.
Because this is, for you guys, this is just accounting. But for all of the people who, like I said, are not up here every week looking at this and understanding what we're doing,
Right.
it's just like Bill's deal with the gas thing. I mean, that's a multi-year deal, which has a lot of upside potential. And people can come talk about that all they want, but I've been in that business and I know, and Bill and I talked at length about it. You know, the first question I asked Bill, I said, well, why don't we just go out and contract hedges?
Yeah.
But, you know, there's ways you can do that and ways you can't. But I think it's very important for us to illustrate this, and I can't stress it enough, about how this is going to be spread out over a multi-year period of time and how the rates that are going to support this are going to be spread out over a multi-year period of time.
Yeah, good, excellent point, Councilman. We hear you. We don't have it available today, but we can show it that way going forward. Because you're right, so there's a little bit of debt that we issued, say, or projects that were awarded a few years ago. Those will hit in this coming year, as well as maybe some of this.
All right.
But good point. So that's well taken, and we can do that going forward.
Okay, my second point is the revenue bonds, we know how those get paid for on the state loan. That's going to be paid for through rate increases.
Right.
Unless we get some grants from the state.
And some cash too from the.
And cash from the money that's being paid in by the high rate users.
Right, the surcharge about $6 million a year.
Yeah. And then the certificate of obligation bonds are going to have to be paid for by
the property tax rate.
Property tax rate.
Right.
Okay.
And some of it may be from our solid waste fees, self-supporting debt, as we call it.
So I think it's also important to, you show the funding sources, but we need to have an explanation of how these things get paid for, and that people just don't think that we're putting a number down here and that we don't have a projected way of acquiring the funds to pay those loans back.
Yeah, good point.
Okay?
Yep, that's a good point.
All right, thank you.
Councilman Barrera.
All right, is the timer on?
Here we go.
Anyway, I just want to, in my soliloquy, I had to look that up, by the way. To be or not to be, to incur debt or not to incur debt. Anyway, just first off, Drew, I remember you saying the capacity is 70 MGD. So, I can see how that could be confusing to people. Because it's like Councilman Pusley says, we're throwing numbers around left and right. And, you're just kind of watching, it's kind of like the Rain Man when he was looking at all those numbers, And I guess I just want to go back to, because as I said last week, on the campaign trail, you hear about this debt, and yet it's tied to an asset. If I go and purchase a $350,000 home and I put 20% down, then, I've got roughly a $350,000 asset and about $300,000 in debt. And so that's good debt. And it's typically financed over the life of what the asset is used for. So I understand the consternation, and I understand for those that maybe don't understand how that works. I mean, for a community our size, 1.8 billion sounds a lot. I mean, it is a lot. It's just that we just need to understand. And, I know Victor, and if you could come up here, I just have, but I think the last time we talked, you said that we have some capacity for more debt. Now, I'm not saying we engage into it, but and with that, and kind of explain the importance of the commitment to having a strong capital budget, how that affects our ratings.
With respect to the first question, Victor Quiroga, Specialized Public Finance. With respect to the first question with regards to capacity, there's different funding sources that you use and issue debt for. And so we run various models based off of the funding source that we're looking at. In regards to having a strong capital improvement plan and a very long-term one like you see here and that the city has presented, that's considered a good thing in the eyes of rating agencies and also bond investors. What we see a lot with other clients throughout Texas is that they're very reactionary. If something comes up, pipe breaks and everything, they all of a sudden have to issue debt for it, and they weren't really planning on it. Here, this capital improvement planning budget that you have here per charter is actually a good thing that we just describe it at length and talk to the rating agencies at length regarding it. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that this is a long-term capital, and so as Mr. Pusley said, the debt is going to be phased in over time and rate increases potentially phased in over time. But the rating agencies and the bond investors also recognize recognize that, we might not be able to take care of the full budget in year 10, that things change. The revenues might change, and we might not be able to afford the full thing once we get past, year 5 or something, because once you get to that point, it's a little bit longer term. So, But that's kind of like my little soliloquy there on capital improvement plans. But I think this is not going to be funded all in 1 year, and it is going to be over time and based off of our capacity that we have, and based off of decisions that you all make with respect to your rate structures.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, going back to with regard to the debt or the cost associated with the desalination facility. So we'd still have, we still need the redundancy of another water treatment plant.
Right. One of the things that I've said a lot when we talk to the community is just how important a second standalone water treatment plant is for the region. I've said this before, the 7 larger cities than us all have at least 3 water treatment plants. And so it's important in terms of resiliency. We talk a lot about operational resiliency. This facility that we're talking about would provide that water security, that resiliency, of course, a host of other things that it provides for the community as well. But to your point, yes.
And then the current facility is how old?
Built in 1954.
Yeah, and okay, I thought I only had 2.5 minutes left. I only used 2.5 minutes.
Yeah.
And I mean, I know this is just, it's not necessarily hypothetical, but just for the cost of the treatment facility itself, how much do you think that would be?
Just the cost of the treatment plant?
Yeah.
Are you talking about the existing one that we have, or the
new one?
The new one. $757 million is the overall cost.
So there's still a need to build, because that's what the cost is. I mean, that's the whole cost of it's a water treatment facility.
Correct.
If you remove desal or whatever the situation is, we still need another, because we still need to have, we need to secure the water. And as I've gone back and said before, and I'm not going to argue too much about desal, but the idea that we own the rights is very crucial. But we're still going to have we still require the expense. And then the redundant pipeline would cost how much? I think we looked at that too.
The redundant pipeline that we were talking about, are we talking about the Mary
Yes.
Roads? So that was $100 million for 11 miles. So the pipeline infrastructure is extremely expensive. And so anytime we're talking about adding pipeline to a project, the project costs go up significantly. And that's frankly another reason why this project is, in my opinion, it's an affordable project, because it integrates well into our existing infrastructure. It's tied to an asset that we have today called Navigation Pump Station that's going to be utilized as a mixing source for the finished water to go into the distribution system.
And
I think the answer was $1 billion if you redid the Mary Roads pipeline. If it's 11 miles at $100 million.
Right. So we've had.
Is that $1 billion?
It's like $1.2 billion.
Okay, $1.2 billion would be the cost if we built the Mary Roads pipeline today.
Right.
Okay. I remember hearing that number. So no matter what we do, we're going to incur rate pressure.
Absolutely.
No matter what we do, we're going to incur rate pressure. And we have a responsibility to be proactive to do so. And we have to have the political courage to let the community know that we're being proactive versus, and I go back to my Lloyd Neal story, I'm starting to sound like Mike. Lloyd and I were having a conversation. But he said some good people made a decision that they felt was probably the best at the time, and now we're having to deal with it. And the example, and I go back to, is a consent decree. We have there, you just said, a $700 million obligation over the course of 15 years.
Right.
So, $750 million obligation over the course, because that maintenance was deferred, as my colleague said.
That's right.
So, I just want to, I understand the consternation with debt, but there's once again, if we require the capital improvements to be able to maintain a community of at least the citizens of 350,000 and water and ratepayers for 500,000. Okay, thank you very much. All right, I got 5.5 minutes left.
You do. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, so my concern with debt is not short-term, it's long-term. As I had mentioned, the revenue requirements over a 5-year period when I was talking about the water department. So I want to be clear on that it's not the short-term, just the short-term of what's going to happen next year. If we're only looking at what's happening next year, then shame on us. We need to make sure that we have a long-term view and a broad view of everything, not just the short-term view of what we're making. And then what I'm saying is the decision we're making now obligates us, because once you borrow that money, and whether you do a reimbursement or however you want to say it, once you borrow the money, you got to pay it back. You had mentioned, well, the town had defaulted on theirs. Well, you have to be concerned about how much you owe, how much you pay, how much you extend yourself. And it's not just how much you borrow, it's how you ultimately have to pay back, right? We never talk about that. We never mention that number. Like if you go to brbtexas.gov, it tells you how much you pay back. So at the end of 2023, at $1.3 billion, or no, $1.48 billion, we actually are paying $2 billion. Okay? So, I mean, when I say long-term debt, that's what I'm referring to. Not just what we're doing right now or what the next year is. It is important to look at the big picture. So when I say that we're looking at this, you know, that we need to be cognizant of it, we need to be cognizant of it. Thank you.
Councilman Roy.
I'm sorry, can I just add to that? So, and Drew helped me out, but in this last iteration, we did do a 5-year to 10-year rate analysis, and we showed that to council this spring a couple of times. So we have done that, Councilman. We'll do more of it, but I think we have a 10-year rate impact from the seawater desalination project.
We do. I
Right.
have
What's that?
They showed it to me. That's right.
Yeah, okay, good. So but you were saying we hadn't done it. I thought that's what I heard. Oh, okay.
We have.
Okay, okay, good. Okay, good. So we do have that. Last year, we couldn't say that. This year, we can. We did a 10-year look to see what is the impact of the rate payer at all classifications. Okay.
Councilman Roy.
You know, when I think about what's the alternative, 'cause that's really what we're talking about, is how did we get here and what's the alternative? If we decide, first of all, and I know that Councilman Hernandez said he wanted to go into desal, and I'm not going to go into the desal part, but we've went since 1954 when that plant was originally built, and we went without. I mean, we didn't have a second string quarterback. We didn't have a third string quarterback. We didn't have anything. That's insane. The fact that we went this far with one treatment facility, even when we were 200,000 people here, it's insane. We're lucky. You take a look at the cost. If we would have invested those funds 30 years ago, right? Built another water treatment facility, but we didn't, right? We'd be in a different, we could, woulda, shoulda, coulda, this whole thing. But the bottom line is where are we at today? And at some point in time, our luck's gonna run out. And that's really what's happening right now, because when we're sitting out there looking at 24.7 combined lake level, right? With minimal rain in the future, when you take a look at what's really happened with our pipeline, and we were able to get another 12 MGD out of it because we took somebody's suggestion. But all of these things affect our city. It affects the confidence in terms of how our people look at our bonds and that, our decisiveness as a city. But we have to also look at the cost that has happened because we've deferred maintenance. It's historically, and it's the funny thing about it is that you hear the rhetoric out there talking about how we're irresponsible and that we're taking our debt up to $1.8 billion. But at the same time, nobody is really looking at it from a standpoint of, okay, we failed to invest. All right? We failed to invest multiple times over multiple years, and as a result, we are here in 2024 having to face these decisions. And we can turn a blind eye and we can try to go another 30 years, but the moment something happens and that water treatment facility, and I'm not trying to jinx it, but it shuts down, it breaks on us, right? Now we've got problems. Now we're in a situation like we went through when we had water boils, and we've had other problems that we've been faced as a city. When I first came on this council, and we were told multiple times, nope, everything's good with our water meters, everything's fine, we're working fine, and then Peter Collins comes along, and somebody was able to understand that what was going on with N4 and the systems and everything, and got everything to work right, and now our water bills are a lot more accurate, right? It's a crisis. People were going nuts. They lost confidence in this city. It did a lot of damage in terms of our quality of life in this city. So now we're going forward and we have to pay the piper. And that's one thing we have to understand, is that there's a point in time. And when you look at the budget, with only a narrow perspective, you know, as an accountant, as a banker, if I were to look at a balance sheet and I was only to look at a partial part of that balance sheet or a P&L statement and keep harping that over and over with my clients, I probably would have people that would fail to invest at all. That's a dangerous place to be. I like the idea of what Mike Pusley said. We need to have some type of graph. I wish we could show, because people are visual, and we need to show, almost like that cartoon that I'm Just a Bill. We need to show people what happens when we go through this process and take on this debt, and how that debt is allocated over several years, and how that debt goes through to the end project. Because people don't understand it. They see us talk these big numbers, and it scares the living whatever out of them. And so we have to do a better job of that, and we have to be very visual, and we need to get out in front of it, and we need to make sure that this is probably the number one thing that we do. Because it was the same thing when, and I'm going to bring the old Proposition A up. We lost Proposition A because people put fear out there. It's exactly what they did. They said, oh my God, we don't deserve a convention hotel. We don't want a convention hotel. This is what's going to happen. The wheels are going to fall off if you get a convention hotel. And they put fear out there. We've got to quit basically following and reacting to fear. And we need to go on the offense. Nobody in their right mind, and I go back and use this analogy, is going to sit there and have no quarterback, no backup quarterback. It's time we correct this. 20, 30 years from now, I have no doubt in my mind that if this council makes the right decision, 20 or 30 years from now, people are going to be going, oh my God, how did those guys know? And that's just the way it is. And if it costs us a little bit more money, it does, because everything does. The price of milk, the price of eggs, the price of your car, everything goes up. The price of your clothes. We don't quit wearing clothes. We don't quit buying cars. I mean, who would think that you go out there and buy a pickup truck for $110,000? If we sit there and talk about that right now, they're going to talk, when you compare a pickup truck at $110,000, which was the cost of somebody's home, and I'm 5 minutes, so I'm glad that I don't talk that long that often.
6 minutes.
But we're doing that now. We've put the fear out there saying, oh, we pay this person X amount of dollars. We're paying them too much. We pay these people X amount of dollars. We keep putting the fear in people falsely because for whatever reason, people are scared to move forward. And this city needs to move forward. If it doesn't, one day we're going to pay the piper. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up, and I didn't mean to insinuate a while ago that we shouldn't be concerned about long-term issues. What I wanted to try to get us to take more time in exemplifying is, over a long period of time, how that debt's going to be structured, and how what we propose at this point, how that debt's going to be paid for. We need to show that over. It's just like if I go to either one of these bankers that are on our board here and I tell them I want to borrow $100,000, they're going to ask some questions. Hey, how much equity you're going to have? The bank's going to allow you this many years. This is how, what your current revenues show that you can structure that debt and how you can pay that debt back and how much your monthly payment can be and how much you can, they're going to have all that information. And we're not providing that here. And we need to show people exactly how this debt's going to be structured over a long period of time and how it's going to be paid for over that same period of time. And that's important. So, because Councilman Hernandez is right. This is a lot of money over a long period of time, and we need to show how we're going to handle that debt. And I want to bounce something off real quickly that Councilman Roy just said that I think is really important. When this city decided to build the Mary Roads pipeline, it was equally as controversial. I remember it like it was yesterday. It was voted down twice by the people of this city, and the city council went ahead and appropriated the money, even after it was voted down twice, partnered with the Port of Corpus Christi and built that pipeline, and thank God they did. So I'm hoping that one day, 20 years or 25 years from now, people are sitting here saying, thank God they did what they did. Right. Because I think we've got two choices, either water or no water. That's it. Thank you.
And Councilman, just a note on the debt. So the utility debt's 30 years. So we got to show that over a 30-year period. It's not $400 million in 1 year. We got 30 years to pay it off. So this is great. Great ideas. We'll have that at some point to start showing the council and the community. Yeah. Yes, sir.
And that's part of the education, though, Peter. Peter, that's part of the education on desalination for the public.
Yeah.
It needs to be, and I know that's what we're saying.
Right.
But, okay.
That and the whole.
Good for him to be able to sleep at night.
Yeah.
We need him to get his sleep.
With
yes.
Yeah.
I'm going by the rate line.
Yeah.
How much revenue is required?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
300 million.
I know. No, and this is a real balance between, I see people shaking their heads and, everybody's thinking something different. Different people sit all over the spectrum when it comes to desalination. But at the end of the day, all these points made are absolutely correct, right? It's water or no water. But that must be balanced with, okay, but we're going to pass the baton on. This council is not sitting here forever. And so that's a responsibility as well. So I understand it, but as was mentioned a minute ago, I think you said it, and I was thinking of our police officers. The investment we're talking about currently is water, which is critical. But it's no different than the investment that we chose to make 6 years ago in police and fire. And that was not done. And what do you have? What kind of city do you have if you don't have enough police officers, right? You don't, because they're the front line. And so it's all of these things. We don't deal with them every day. We deal with huge decisions. But what was done with police and fire and what's being done with desalination are definitely kind of once in a, they're kind of historic. They're historic milestones. We're never going to have to go back and say, oh, we got to fund police. No, it's the ball's rolling. Desalination, same thing, as we move it forward for hundreds of thousands of people. Councilwoman Gumpels.
Thank you, Mayor. Wow. Well, I just want to say thank you very much, Councilman Pusley, for that history lesson of the Mary Roads pipeline. I do remember it myself. And I think the bottom line to that end of that story was industry came in and helped pay for a lot of it, not like we're doing it now with the desal, that it's mostly all the ratepayers. But I wanted to also bring out this. The reason that I asked to speak again, or I'm speaking here now, is I wanted to bring up something that just came into light just like Friday, maybe Saturday, about the CC Polymers plant. This plant, the desalination plant that was initially approved like 10 years ago. They've lost their permit now. And that's because they tried this 10 years ago, has been bankrupt twice. So, let's look at what is going on now. And and see, do we want to go down that path? I mean, we don't want to promote fear, but we do want to put out the facts. The facts are that this desalination plant, combination CC polymers, putting out plastics, did go bankrupt. And at this point, they're dead in the water.
I'm not sure if we have that confirmed or not. That
it is confirmed.
They went bankrupt?
Yes, they did.
They agreed to mothball the plant, is what the CEO told me and the mayor a couple months ago.
Okay, well, I believe we all received the information by email.
Right, but the mayor and I met with the CEO, and he mentioned nothing about bankruptcy.
So that's why this conversations that we're having right now, I mean, it's happening right, it's happening as we're speaking, right? So that's why I hopefully maybe my fellow council members will join me later and maybe table this, what is going on with the IDAs, because this is again one of those things. I know we're going all over the place, but it's all, it's all relative. So anyway, I just wanted to make sure that the public did know about the CC Polymers demise, and that we need to keep that in mind.
Okay, we should probably, I'd hate to misspeak about anyone, and no one has officially told us that, so
I've received no word that they've gone bankrupt. The word that we did receive was from the mouth of the CEO, who told the mayor and I they were going to mothball the plant and then eventually get back to reconstructing it.
Right.
That's what it had nothing to do with water.
Anyway, again, I just don't want to make statements that we don't know for officially.
Right.
The other thing I'd like to clarify or know, was the Mary Roads pipeline built in partnership with industry?
It was the Port of Corpus.
No, I mean, I know, but did you reference industry in terms of?
Well, no, the port.
No, there's the port. And then there's industry, the industry partners. So were you referring to the port?
My main goal was to try to make it look like I'm an idiot.
No, I don't think that's true. Well, anyway, it was the Port of Corpus Christi, not industry partners, who assisted in building the Mary Roads pipeline. Okay, we're going to move on.
But industry is also working with us on these.
Yeah, they're also working with.
Well, yes, industry is working with us on desalination, as is the port, so we've got an extra partner. Okay, moving on. So where are we?
Yeah, Eddie finished his presentation, so we're on the consideration now of approving the capital budget.
Good job, Eddie.
Okay, so he's done, correct?
Number 7 here.
Number 7.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're done with that, and we're going to go ahead, I'm going to open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 7? Okay, there being no one, I am closing public hearing.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. So, okay, I'm going to refrain on my comment. Moving on. Item number 8 is a public hearing and first reading ordinance setting a property tax rate of $0.599774 per $100 valuation, which is effectively a 6.03% increase over the no new revenue tax rate, and approving the tax roll as calculated.
Good afternoon, Heather Hurlbert, Assistant City Manager. So today we bring forward the proposed tax rate of $0.599774 per $100 valuation. This tax rate is about 6.03% higher than the no new revenue rate of $0.565672, but is below the voter approval rate of $0.621255. The $0.599774 is the same tax rate that was adopted in fiscal year '24. So looking at how the property tax value is divided up, 64.7% of the 64.7% of all taxes collected go to the maintenance and operations of the city. That totals in this budget about $110 million, which goes for the day-to-day operations of the city. Of that $110 million, 4 cents, or 10.9 million, is allocated specifically to residential streets. And then additional 7.1 is allocated to the tax increment financing zones. We have 2, 3, and 4. 35.3% of the dollar goes to the interest and sinking. And so that is for our debt payments, that is for our general obligation bonds and our certificates of obligations, along with our tax notes. Some of that is net of the debt that is self-supporting. And so 60 million will be going, of property taxes will be going to make those debt payments for this year. So this shows the property tax relief that was voted on by City Council last year to increase the homestead exemption from a 10% exemption to a 20% exemption. So due to that exemption, the taxable value of an average homestead has actually been reduced from $206,000 to $201,000. And so the taxes have been reduced from $1,239 annually, or $103 per month in fiscal year 24, to $100 per month, or $1,211 annually in fiscal year 25. So this does save the average homestead, average homeowner $27. Or 2.24% less than it was in fiscal year 24. So in addition, that is based off of our average home value as calculated by the CAD, or the Nueces County Appraisal District. And so this chart shows homes at different price points and the difference between what that 10% homestead exemption provided for and what the 20% homestead exemption provides for. So at a $50,000 home value, saves about $30 a year. On up to, say, a $250,000 home value is about $150 a year. $550,000 home value is about $330 per year. And then up to a $700,000 home value is about $420 per year.
And Councilman Pusley had requested this information, so Mrs. Adair, Councilman.
No,
yes, sir. Yeah, right.
And so that does conclude my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Councilman Klein.
Thank you, Mayor. Heather, thanks for the presentation.
Sure.
I had a question about this. I think I asked you this once before. It looks to me, owner, property taxpayer, should they see then a decline in their valuation for this year, or should they see an increase?
So it depends on the valuation. It depends on what their appraised value was on their home. It depends on if it was a homestead or non-homesteaded.
Yeah, let's leave off the non-homestead for
Sure. So actually, because valuations are capped at a 10% increase year over year on homesteaded values, and with a 10% increase in the homestead value, then the exemption, then the average homeowner should not have seen a increase in their overall, or a significant increase in their overall valuation of their home.
Right. So just again,
when you net in that 10% homestead exemption increase.
Right. Just so I'm clear about this, then, average home prices valuations have risen by 3.7% in Corpus Christi.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. All right. Thank you. That's all I had.
Sure.
Thank you, Heather.
Sure.
Okay, we're on item number 8, and I am going to open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make any comment on item number 8? Okay, we'll close, there being no one, we'll close public hearing, and I will entertain, well, actually, before we do that, I am going to read, during today's City Council meeting, the City Council will vote on the first reading of the proposed property tax rate of 0.599774 per $100 valuation for fiscal year 2025. And at the September 10th, 2024 City Council meeting beginning at 11:30 a.m. at City Hall. The City Council will vote on the second reading of the proposed property tax rate of 0.599774 per $100 valuation. Now, do we have a motion?
Mayor, I move,
I'm sorry.
Mayor, I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.599774 per $100 valuation, which is effectively a 6.03% increase in the tax rate.
Okay, so we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? Okay, please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Thank you, Heather. Item number, oh, well, we have another, that's part of 8, Rebecca? Is that a second part of number? Oh, I just don't see, I don't have a number, I'm sorry. Item number 9 is a public hearing and first reading ordinance ratifying the property tax increase reflected in the fiscal year 2024-2025 operating budget that will require raising more revenue from property taxes than in the fiscal year 2023-2024 operating budget in amount of $531,037. Is there a presentation on this?
No, this is state law requires us to have a separate vote from the budget, a separate vote from the tax rate when there's an increase in the overall revenues to the, so the very $531,000 is a lot of money, but to the total tax rate, it's, to the general fund, it's like 0.1%.
Okay.
So it's very close to the same values as it were this year because of the exemptions, doubling of the homestead, increase of the disabled 65, all that reduced the taxable value to pretty close to what it was in the prior year.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and open a public hearing on item number 9. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 9? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public hearing, and I will entertain a motion.
I move for approval.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Item number 10 is an ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 9, Aviation, Section 9-35, parking rates by revising the parking rates.
I move for approval.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Does this require public?
Not a public hearing, but you can ask for public comment, Mayor.
Okay. Is there public comment? Does anyone have public comment on item number 10? Okay, there being no one, we'll move forward. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Item number 11 is an ordinance amending Corpus Christi Code, Section 55-50 regarding water rates and Section 55-100 regarding wastewater rates. Yeah.
We got some slides here. Okay, so we're just going to go through a couple slides here real quick. So this is the proposed water and wastewater rates for FY25. Just to note, they have not changed since we met on August 1st for the workshop. And so this is really a high-level overview of the proposed changes that we're proposing here for FY25 water rates. You can see that the monthly minimum and volumetric rates are proposed to be equalized between inside and outside city limit customers. We're also proposing to lower the residential volumetric rates for our Tier 2 residential volumetric user, and then we're adding a Tier 5, which is a high volume user for residential ratepayers, which is over 25,000 gallons a month. And then lastly, what's I think most important really is that the proposed revenues that we're talking about meet the financial policy and the debt service coverage requirements. On the wastewater side, here's a high-level overview of the proposed changes for the FY25 wastewater rates. So the proposed volume charge would increase for all customers to cover increasing operating and capital costs associated with our federally mandated consent decree, and then also to cover some of the stormwater debt, the legacy stormwater debt that is $12 million this year. And then finally, as mentioned earlier, the proposed revenue meets the financial policy and debt service coverage requirements, which is 90 days of cash on hand and a minimum debt service coverage ratio of 1.15. So the next few slides kind of talk a little bit about the various customer classes that has been mentioned here earlier. So as you can see on the water side, generally speaking, water does not have an increase. There may be a few different customer classes that may have an increase, but generally, at least for a residential user that uses 6,000 gallons of water a month and then 5,000 gallons of wastewater through the winter quarter averaging, would be looking at a decrease of $1.77 or a decrease of about 4.5%. On the wastewater side, that's where the upward pressure has been, at least for this year. Again, we've talked a bit about that, or a lot about that, which is to say that we've got the consent decree that certainly is driving some of those upward pressures. Of course, the other part is the stormwater legacy debt, and then some of the developer fund
trust
participation.
Fund, yeah,
Sorry.
trust fund, right.
Trust fund. Thank you.
Bailing out
Peter.
the trust funds.
And so overall, if you put the two together, the net impact is an increase of $2.91 to the 6,000 gallon residential user. On the commercial side, similarly, as it relates to water, we're looking at a decrease of $9.31 for a typical commercial user, an average commercial user of 20,000 gallons a month. That's a net decrease of 4.1%. But then as we come back over on the wastewater side, for the reasons I just mentioned, we're looking at an increase of $18.90 per month, or a 10.9% increase. The overall net impact is a $9.59 increase. Irrigation, that's a new class that we added this year. This rate class would be looking at a $68 a month increase, or a 53% increase on their water rate. And then large volume users, for somebody who's using 90 million gallons a month, the rates are pretty flat. They would actually be down just a hair at 1.12%. And then lastly, we have wholesale treated water customers, and we're looking at an increase for our wholesale treated water customers. These are folks that we sell to water that are outside the city. This would be San Patricia Municipal Water District, Port Aransas, Violet, and South Texas Water Authority. So I know. You know, this is, so kind of going back a little bit in terms of just what we've talked about earlier, there certainly is pressure, and it's only going to get more as time goes on. We talked about this in terms of the upward pressure on rates. I think this year was a year where we, in terms of on the water side, we were able to keep our operating costs less than the CPI index. We were at 3.5%. In terms of keeping those costs low. We talk a lot about the fact that costs are going up. There's a lot of pressure on chemical costs, material costs, valve costs, pump costs. Those are all going up, and I think it's really been a tremendous reflection on the team that works at CCW to really work hard to keep those costs in line, and certainly when we come in under CPI, I think that's a testament to the good work that's going on behind the scenes. Certainly, there's some other costs that have been a part of this equation. We have trust fund commitments that we're using. We're using some of our reserves to pay for that, our fund balance to pay for those costs. On the wastewater side is a little bit of a different story. On the wastewater side, we have our stormwater legacy debt, $12 million. Half of it is being paid for with fund balance. The other half is being paid for through the relatively small, modest rate increases. So in summary, that's kind of where we stand, and I'm here for any questions you may have.
I don't see any questions, Drew. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and open the public. You have one? Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't hit
Sure.
the button quick enough. I apologize. Thank you, Mayor. So, Drew, about 89.9% of the time people, and I waited till we started talking about water to bring this up, people will tell me, well, if the city would quit releasing water, we wouldn't have a water problem. Or if you'd go back and renegotiate that contract and get the water releases cut down, we wouldn't have a water problem. So if I got two other people to sign a deal to put an agenda item on our next agenda to stop the water releases, what would that entail?
Well,
what would happen?
I might have to defer to
Steve can't wait to get out of his seat to come.
He's ready to go. I will tell you one thing. I mean,
I'm being a little facetious, but I'm also being serious because I'm telling you, people tell me this constantly. Constantly.
Understood. And look, one of the things that I think is important to note is that we are not releasing any water from Lake Corpus Christi. What's happening is on some of these days where folks are seeing water going over the saltwater barrier dam, it's because rain has actually fallen in the river. Rain that was not necessarily predicted by the end users. There's a number of folks that are taking water from the Nueces, including the city. There's Hertz Celanese, there's Flint Hills, there's San Patricio has an intake on the river. And so we are very, and Steve can probably talk about this better than I can, but we're very careful about how much water we release from the dam just for those folks that have those water uses. And so if there's any rain that falls downstream of Lake Corpus Christi, and it's not necessarily taken by those entities that I just described, there will be water that goes over the saltwater barrier dam.
When we need water for the water treatment plant, so we're taking water from Mary Roads and we're taking water from what little is there left, we're taking some from our two reservoirs. We're releasing that at Mathis.
Correct.
And it comes down the river.
Correct.
And we pick it up where? After it crosses the salt dam?
No, it's before.
Okay, that's right behind the old Labonte Park is where we take it in.
Correct.
Okay.
I want to say
I knew the answer to that before I said it. I just wanted to see if you did.
It's about a half mile upstream.
Right.
Yes, sir.
So, the answer or the question still is, I even had two people who used to serve on this council tell me that. Well, if you guys would guts up, now why they didn't guts up and do it while they were here, I don't know, but and say, why don't y'all just stop the water releases? And I understand that we're not releasing water now and haven't since 50% or 40% it gets down. 40?
Drop below. So once it goes below 30%, there are no releases.
Okay.
There's some nomenclature in the difference between what is a release, as you just described, because we're releasing water to ourselves,
right,
and our other users. And then there's what...
So they will see some of that as well. And for whatever reason, the Nueces River Authority is calling those releases. And I sent that to you the other day, Drew. If you remember, they're classifying that as a release to satisfy the agreed order.
Yeah, and that, we were talking about that. That's a poor nomenclature that needs to be changed because it's misleading. So
You try to put everything on a one single page report and look at the spreadsheet and go down. You have to look at the different columns that you're wanting answers to, because we break it on that pass-through report, and it's a pass-through report with a lot of information coming.
Yeah, pass-through, that's the key term.
And that's where I was going to go with my comment. There's a difference between what are pass-throughs, like you're pretending that the Choke Canyon Reservoir wasn't there, and that's where the agreed order applies to, and it's what I describe it as, it's a regime pursuant to the time and reservoir level capacity you're at. Each month of this regime has a specific monthly requirement, and you don't have to meet that requirement until the end of the month. Because all of us know, you may get rain at the beginning on day 1, and you may not get anything until day 30. And when it comes in at day 30, you have to pay your monthly regime at that time.
So are we releasing water to honor the pass-through quotas right now, currently?
No, because we're below 30%.
At the combined capacity, or?
Exactly, at the combined capacity.
So it's 30%? I thought it was higher. I thought it was 40%.
No, it changes, the regime changes based upon the month when you're at 40%. But when you drop below 30%, that's when you don't have to release any water. You can keep pass through all that water.
And what about the salinity of the back bay? Doesn't that calculate into it as well?
No, there isn't any requirement under the agreed order for maintaining a salinity level in Corpus Christi Bay or Nueces Bay. Actually, there is a credit if we meet, say in these rainfall events right now, we get a ton of rain within the Nueces Bay or within Corpus Christi Bay, based upon another scientific regime, we meet different levels, we can get a credit, a salinity credit. Now the thing is...
Well, that means, when you say credit, that means we don't have to release as much water.
Exactly. If we were at that moment in time at a higher regime where we were required to release water. So it all depends on what level of the...
Okay, let's just assume for argument, Steve, that our reservoirs are 100% full, both of them.
Both of them.
Okay. So we would be releasing water based on the agreed pass-through contract with TCEQ based on a certain amount per month. We would get credit for fresh water being put into, in fact, we put in a fair amount of effluent into the back bay ourselves on a daily basis.
Daily basis.
And plus, so if the water in the back bay gets above a certain salinity level, it gets too fresh, then it would cut that amount down that we would have to release. We would get a credit on that pass-through requirement.
Yes, but the state and the environmental organizations at the time, when we were creating the agreed order back in 2001, you can't take both credits. So the first credit that you described of return flows going into the bay and estuaries, we get a monthly credit of 500 acre-feet of water. If the salinity goes up and we meet the salinity thresholds to receive a credit, we have to choose which credit we take.
Boy, who negotiated that deal? Well, I'm being very serious. We get a black eye all the time from a large number of people in this community because they think the city of Corpus Christi is releasing that water and we make the decision. So I'm going to pose the question to you again. If I get that put on the agenda to vote on and this council votes a majority to stop the water releases, what happens?
What happens under that? We would be in violation.
Step up to the mic because I can't hear you.
What would happen underneath that? You'd be telling the CC Water to violate the agreed order.
Okay.
And so under that, the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality could issue us fines for that violation.
How much?
$500 or up to $5,000 a day.
Okay.
It's the same agency we're trying to get a permit from.
Right, exactly.
Right?
Yes, sir.
You forgot that part.
Well, I was going to bring that up next, but somehow or another we have to get that message out, and we haven't done it. The people in this city are convinced that we are the ones, that the city of Corpus Christi is responsible for the water releases, and that we have the ability to stop them tomorrow if we wanted to.
More education.
That's another one we need to tell them. So 5,000 a day, and we disrupt our positive relationship with the state's environmental agency.
Well, that's why I posed the question.
Yeah.
People need to hear what the...
We need to put it that simply
Well,
on our
but-
website.
They need to hear what
But they need to know what you're saying. They need to know the reason we're doing it. We're not,
Yeah.
that people don't
Just
know
got to put it
that.
more simply. It's out there, but it's a thick legal document.
They
So
need to know the repercussions of not doing
There-
those
yeah.
releases.
Right.
Now, just to add, because we're looking at adding a new water supply and we're going down that path greater, I've been already in discussions with the TCEQ, Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, the Water Division, on how to get the organization back together so that we can meet again and maybe make some modifications to the agreed order. So that is happening, but as we described, working with the state, working with that big machine, it does take time.
And I think there are some benefits to doing that. I think there is some room, just like you said, we have to choose between, if we're making the water in the back bay fresher than it needs to be, regardless of how it's being done and how many times it's done, we need to get credit for that. And that, if it's hypersaline, then okay, and our reservoirs are full, then we have a responsibility to take care of that. But we should get credit on the other end as well. So I think there is some, and I'm glad those discussions are taking place. They should continue to take place. Thank you.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't live in that side of town, and I wouldn't probably see the noticing of the water releases and that and such. But I do agree with letting the public know. I don't know, like I've asked Neiman as well for whenever there's street projects, can we just put up a sign? I don't know if there is a sign, but like I just went on your website to ask like frequent questions, and most of it is answered there. So kudos for you guys. But it would be helpful, I think, just to have, maybe 10 of the questions posted there so that people can read, and by the time you know it, in a couple of years, maybe it'll get around that we are not just releasing the water just to release the water, and that it is actually going down sometimes to come back to the city of Corpus Christi. So.
One of the things I think is important, and we have a great relationship, and we're going to make it better, is with the USGS. The USGS is a great organization. We work with them, and they are in the business of putting gauges and monitors on our water system, our upstream watershed. So one of the things that maybe we think about doing is maybe we put a gauge that measures rainfall between Lake Corpus Christi and where we're taking water from the river. And, if there's rain that falls at that gauge, it stands to reason that there's probably going to be water going over the spillway or over the saltwater barrier. And that may be a way to kind of help the public kind of better understand that we are not releasing water over that saltwater barrier. That is not what we're doing. There may be water that flows over it. It's at times when there's rain that falls downstream of Wesley Seals, and the river catches it, and the river does what it's going to do with it, which is going to take it over the saltwater barrier. So that's something that, I'm just thinking of right now as we're talking through that. That may be something we might want to consider. We're already talking to USGS. There's some gauges that they want to put in some other locations. This may be one place to think about adding it.
I agree. And the other is, one of the other questions was, you actually let the residents know when you're going to be releasing the extra water. I saw it somewhere here on one of the questions, but you supposedly let them know 36 hours. Let me see, wait. How long does it take for the water to get down the estuaries once it's released? It takes 36 hours.
3 days to get down.
Yeah. But anyway, it looks like you do a pretty good job. But again, not everybody goes to the website. Not everybody, so it is about education and trying to put that information out there where they can see it.
Well, another thing is we could put a little camera up. You could have a gauge and a camera, and folks could see it in real time. I drove by it today, and there was no water going over. I looked at it. But that's yet another tool that we might put in our tool belt where folks can see a gauge, they can see how much rain fell, they can see a camera that real time shows whether there's water going over or not.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there anyone in the audience that would like to make public comment on item number 11? Okay, there being no one, I will entertain a motion.
I move for approval.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? Gil, oh, I'm sorry, hold on. Councilman Hernandez.
Yeah, is there a reason why you're doing this together instead of separately for water and wastewater?
No reason.
Okay.
Okay. Submit your vote.
Do it again.
The motion carries. And before we move on, I want to make a quick comment. You know, we had some critical, all of these are critical votes, but we had a 6-3 and a 5-4 vote on our budget. And I just want to put this on record. When we vote against our budget, the guys back there in blue, our firefighters sitting in the audience, you're voting against them. You're voting, no, it's true. And I'm going to say that because you're elected and we have to make those choices one way or the other. But a budget provides services for an entire city. And so I want that on record because you can't have it both ways. You can't be the cheerleader for them, but vote against them. So I want that on record as we move forward. Item number 12. Ordinance amending Corpus Christi Code Section 55-159.1 to increase the non-mandatory drought surcharge exemption fee.
Good afternoon again. Drew Molly, Chief Operating Officer. So this is a ordinance amending the drought surcharge exemption fee. I'm not going to read all the details of this, but essentially what this is this is a drought surcharge fee that we use. Large volume industrial customers voluntarily pay into this non-mandatory drought surcharge. They pay it whether we're in drought or we're not in drought, and they pay it consistently and they pay it year-round. The fee is charged with large volume industrial customers' regular monthly water bill. Really, the purpose of this fee is to help us identify and pay for, or help us pay for, a new drought-resistant water supply. The fee is reserved in a separate account to be used only for capital costs to develop and acquire an additional drought-proof water supply. Currently, what we're paying right now, and we've been paying this since 2018, is 25 cents per 1,000 gallons. As this slide here shows, this fee is adjusted for inflation every 5 years, and so here we are approximately 5 years later, and we've basically done the math, done the work. And the proposed new fee is 31 cents per 1,000 gallons. And again, this fee will be reviewed and adjusted every 5 years by City Council.
Yeah, Drew, you were using the term "we," but it's really our industrial partners, right? Just to make the residential or commercial customers not paying this. It's just the large volume industrial partners that we have.
Yes, sir.
Voluntarily paying this.
Correct.
Yes, sir. Thank you,
Peter. Yeah. And so this basically just shows how the numbers were calculated to come up with the proposed increase that, as city managers just noted, as our large volume industrial users pay into. So the fiscal impact as a result of increasing this from 25 cents to 31 cents per 1,000 gallons is it's going to generate roughly $1 million a year additional. So we'll be collecting total $6 million a year. Since the inception of this drought surcharge, the fee has generated approximately $27 million. And so our recommendation is to approve this proposed amendment and increase the fee from the 25 cents to 31 cents per 1,000 gallons effective January 1st, 2025. And that concludes my presentation. I'm here for any questions.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, Mayor, I just wanted to correct something that you had mentioned. Voting no on something that you may have a disagreement with regards to something within the budget doesn't mean you're against the entire budget. So, for example, if they would have separated the water and wastewater, I would have voted for the water and against the wastewater rates. So that's why I said something along those lines. And it's a little disparaging to say just because you have a disagreement on something that you're voting against police officers and firefighters. That's not the case. I was particularly voting against something with the enterprise funds. So I just want to say that's really not something that is correct. Okay, and then I will be voting for this.
Okay. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. About the correction about we have this drought exemption, and it was corrected that the residents don't have this option. Why is that?
They don't want to pay, we can barely get the rates if adopted, Councilwoman. So this is a surcharge on themselves. The industry came forward, residential customers did not. And you can see today it's $6 million annually that relieves rate pressure on the residential customer. This is pretty tremendous. Over 5 years, it's $30 million. That's why the rate increase won't be as much as we build the desal plant for the first couple of years, because we'll be using that $30 million in cash that we have.
But isn't it also true that they also limit as to how we can use that money? For example, we can't use it on existing repairs to the Owen Stevens Treatment Center.
Yeah, the city council at the time agreed, with the industry. It was for new water sources.
Okay, but again, back to my original question. So the reason being that we don't offer the exemption fee to residents is why again?
This was something that the industry brought to the city council 6-7 years ago.
Right, 2018.
Right.
So it was them, it was industry, these 80 companies decided on 500,000 customers what they wanted, but
not 80, it's about a dozen.
Okay.
Yeah,
a dozen, 12, even worse. Okay, so 12 corporations come to the city and say, listen, this is what we can do, this is how we can move desalination forward. We'll pay voluntarily 25 cents for 1,000 gallons.
I don't think it was desal specifically, as they said, we'll help the city secure more water for all users.
I think that's what the presentation has. It does mention desal.
Well,
we could use it for any water source.
As I understand it, it's not necessarily entirely for desal. I mean, it's for a new water supply.
Esteban was there at the time, so let's see what he...
Yeah,
That's exactly right. The drought exemption fees for a water supply, drought-proof water supply, it could be reuse, it could be aquifer storage and recovery, it could be desal. We went through many, and getting with our large volume users at the time and talking to them. And again, this is a voluntary drought exemption fee that they pay in the good times and they pay in the bad times. Yes, we find ourselves right now in the bad times, but in the good times when the reservoirs are all full, they would be still contributing all this funds.
So would this exemption fee, could this be extended to the residents? If they wanted to choose to pay 25 cents extra for 1,000 gallons. 31 cents. Now, okay, when we vote on this will be 31 cents. Would that option be available to them?
At the time when it has to be, we're talking about a voluntary fee, because then we get into the whole discussion of the PUC and making this a rate. So the answer would be no. I would have to do more.
So how is that? How is that fair that only this particular exemption fee only applies to the 12 companies that have decided to pay the fee? No, it's an option. It's voluntary. It's voluntary. I'm just saying this because, every time that we talk about drought stages and all that, the residents are the ones that have to figure out, how we're going to water our lawns and keep things alive and for human consumption. And while they, on the other side, just go as usual, business as usual, no problem, no need to cut back. We're not in a drought, but yet we are in a drought.
And what the drought contingency plan really does is try to minimize the non-essential watering. And so that we can protect. And at the beginning of the plan, it goes into a great discussion on what non-essential watering is. It's outside use. And so we don't really want to try to not until we get to the very end of our situation, dire strait, have to touch somebody's inside water usage.
Is it human consumption dire? I mean, we need it to live.
Consumption.
We need water to live.
Yes, we do.
Okay. So if the corporations decide that they have to cut back a few 100,000 gallons a day, they're still going to go on, they're still going to live, but we as people would not. That's why I'm trying to say, make it a point that this exemption fee goes against what I feel that is best for us, for the water customers, because again, we keep emphasizing that we're in stage 2. We may or be hitting stage 3. Thank God that we got some rain, but anyway, this is getting pretty serious. And of course I won't be supporting this, but just wanted to make sure that people understood what we're voting on.
Councilman Klein.
Thank you, Mayor. The drought exemption fee is a part of the drought contingency plan. It's written right into there.
Correct.
Why are we not voting on that today?
The drought contingency plan.
Larger plan.
Is a plan that we basically bring every 5 years. There's some work that needs to be done in it. Frankly, I'll probably take one for the team on that. We were getting pretty close. I ended up getting COVID. And so I really wasn't able to kind of get this through in the time frame that I wanted. The reality is we have been talking to TCEQ. We've explained to TCEQ that we have a plan that is very close to being finalized, but we still have a little bit of work left to do. And so TCEQ has an expectation that when this council approves that updated drought contingency plan, that within 90 days we provide it to them.
Yeah, and we're under a deadline, right? They want it by the end of this year, correct?
They're
supposed to have had it last year?
Well, so they want us to get the plan right. That was their message to us. Get the plan right. We'd like to have it within 5 years. That's generally when we expect to have it. However, we understand that sometimes there's different circumstances that potentially lend to changes in that time frame. And so they've told us get the plan right. Have your city council approve it, and then within 90 days have that to our office. And so that's been sort of the marching orders that we've got from TCEQ.
Yeah, I don't want to be sticking the mud about this, but I'd be willing to vote for, I think I support the increase in the exemption fee, but I'm not going to vote in favor of it until the rest of the drought plan comes to me. Thank you.
Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for clarification, I guess in my own discussions, industry is fine with this. In fact, they recommend it, or at least the groups that we're currently working with.
I would tell you we've had a collaborative relationship. Before I got here, I was told that it was a collaborative effort. Back in 2018, the industry was trying to figure out how to help support the city and the region in its endeavors to identify new water supplies. And so, those folks came together with the city to try to develop something, frankly, that I don't think you see this anywhere else. I think it is fairly unique. And so it's a dedicated fund to pay for new infrastructure, water supply infrastructure, and they're paying for it whether it's drought or not a drought.
And the agreement started in 2018. The discussions were 5 to 10 years, depending on who you talk to before it. So based on the CPI, we're basically adding a penny a year. Going forward, will we continue the CPI approach for every year?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Councilman Barrera.
Is there also, correct me if I'm wrong, there's also a fee to our raw water users? Okay, so.
5 cents.
Yeah, 5 cents, but that's been going on for decades, correct?
Is that decades? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, and I think that includes Beeville, Mathis?
Yes.
Okay. South Texas Water Authority, they don't, okay. So this isn't unprecedented. I mean, it's just that. So industry decided that they were going to pay 500% of that rate. It's going to be at the 11.5 million. Am I correct in assuming so?
That would be the
Esteban, speak, if you will.
That would be, we would look at San Patricio Municipal Water District. So that is who, we sell to San Patricio Water District, who then sells to GCGV, i.e.
Yeah, but give me an example. I think Valero uses like 9 million gallons a day. So how would their allocation be calculated?
So that's what we would have to start working with Reba and her team, looking at the allocations for their year, and then give them, off the top of my head, on the drought contingency plan, it's like 80%. So we would look at that, what their allocation would be, and then assign them that allocation.
80%, you said?
I think so. I'm trying to work right off the top of my head underneath those allocations. So there is an allocation based upon their usage.
So let's just make the math easy. So if they're using 2 million gallons or more a day, they're going to pay how much for that fee?
I could not give you.
Okay, and the only thing I'm trying to say is that right now, under my calculations, I could be wrong because I'm just doing this spreadsheet here. They're already paying about $1.25 million a year in drought surcharge, of which they've been doing for the last 5 years. So in other words, they've already paid in $6 million.
Yes.
Okay, they've already paid in $6 million. So then, if we go back and we were to do away with this, then would we have to return those funds?
Yes. So yes, we would have to return the funds that we didn't use, and then they would have approximately 3 years still underneath the current plan. So they would be still exempt because.
Okay. And so, but what this does once again is it's increasing the revenue. It's increasing the revenue, and as they agreed to, and I said we needed an adjustment, after 5 years and going through the challenge that we are, and I guess that's the thing. I just can't figure out why we wouldn't vote for this, because in essence these individuals are prepaying for it, and it's for, as you indicated, a future water source.
Yeah, future water, it doesn't have to be desal. It could have been, like Esteban said, effluent reuse, it could have been the Evangeline, anything.
Yep.
It just has to be the infrastructure part of it, not the maintenance and operations.
Okay, and so they're actually going up to 36 cents because they're already paying the 5 cents.
31
plus the 5 cents.
So total 36.
Yeah, 36. That's what I said, right?
Yes.
Okay, who corrected me?
And again, in this fund, actually goes up to their, lack of a better word, a bucket of $150 million. Now, we can draw down that $150 million pursuant to the ordinance and keep that fund growing. So it does help a new water supply.
Okay, and so it's not a better deal that they're getting. I mean, I just don't, I'm trying to figure out where's the better deal. And, because I see that it's with this neighbor app or something. They're getting a better deal by us increasing their rates, of which they've already paid in millions.
And you made a good point earlier to say they're paying it in the good times, and they're also paying it in the bad times. So if we were in a good time and a high, they're still going to be paying for it, and we would collect all that funds when we wouldn't even be putting anybody under restrictions.
So even then, once we build this new water treatment facility, they're still going to continue to pay it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We use that to help pay the debt,
Absolutely,
Yeah,
absolutely. And I think that's where we actually came up with the $220 million. I saw the trigger points when I guess it was Dan Grimslow made a presentation.
Yeah.
And he basically stated that this is the formula, or the delta, the $222 million,
right,
and the surcharge was going to be able to cover it. Okay, thank you very much.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councilman Barrera, for playing the devil's advocate. So I'm going to continue to question. The 25 cents. Now, just last year, we raised the raw water rates by, I believe, $2. Wasn't it, or was it how much was it? It was 200%, but it was, wasn't it? How much was it?
390 something, wasn't it?
390.
394?
Yeah, it was $1.95 to 394. Treated water? Okay, I stand corrected. Okay. Anyway, so it was at least, we started finally raising the rates to our treated water customers. But had we started earlier, we would have had, way more money instead of just the 25 cents that we're settling for. So, there is that, the devil's advocate, that we could have had a lot more money we'd been collecting. So I also wanted to point out that something that Councilman Barrera, did bring up, which is the having to return the money. If we were to vote to end the drought exemption, you mentioned 3 years. I thought they had a 5-year notice that if we were to end the drought exemption fee, they would have a 5-year notice.
Yes.
It's 5 years is what
3 if they remove themselves, 5 if we.
Wow. I didn't see that clause. So, okay, so 5 years, a 5-year notice. Who gets that? It's just a bewilderment. I mean, when I learned about this agreement, I just couldn't believe that we had done that. So anyway, just making sure the public knows this is what's been going on. 5 years ago, they made this agreement that they would voluntarily pay 25 cents, whether we're in drought or not. And even if we wanted to end it, we would still have to return the money back and give them a 5-year notice. Wow.
Something just to add to those comments too, the discussions that we had with industry at the time, they really want us to use this money. This fund is for us to use for a new drought-proof water supply, being it a seawater desalination, groundwater, aquifer storage and recovery, reuse. They really would want the city to move forward in their supply, and some of those special conditions, as you mentioned, are there so that we can spend that money, develop a new water supply. So that was part of the conversations at the time.
But here we are 5 years later and still nothing.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Councilman Pesley, we do have a motion in a second. But go
Yeah,
ahead.
and this will be real quick, yeah. 5 years later, and we have, almost $30 million that we can spend, and we will spend it.
Right. We have $750 million from the state who believes in the project, and we're a week away from getting all the proposals in. Actually, they're due this week.
September 9th.
Yeah, September 9th. The proposals from the 3 shortlisted firms are in for the design build of the desal plant. Yeah.
So the other thing I want to mention is if I were a plant manager of any of these plants that are paying into this surcharge, at every meeting I had with my staff, I'd say, remember, now we're voluntarily paying this money, but every 1,000 gallons of water that we use, we have to pay this fee. So watch your water usage. So there is a built-in component here for, conservation of water. I'll guarantee you those discussions are had.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Item number 13 is an ordinance amending section 14-1313 of the Corpus Christi Code to amend the roofing and siding building permit fees, certificate of occupancy fees, and oversized load permit fees to clarify future indexing of the development services fees.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Al Raymond, Director of Development Services. While we're waiting for that, great. As many of you may know, an ordinance was passed in FY22 that allowed development services the ability to increase our development services fees. The ordinance, we agreed to increase our fees by 10% over the next 4 years. That's FY22, 23, 24, and now the last year for our 10% increase is FY25. After this year, after hopefully the budget is approved this year, the coming years, our fees will be adjusted to the construction cost index on October 1st of each year. The construction cost index of Engineer News Record will be the source that we use. And I stand by for any questions.
Can I just add to that on, Al, on your list of amendments, the trust funds are on here to increase them by 10%?
They are.
Right, the lot and acreage fee for the
Yes.
trust fund, so at 10% as you have been doing for the past couple of years?
Yes, 4 years.
Okay,
This will be year 4.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Hernandez.
Well, Peter just asked the question I was going to ask on the trust funds, but this is the final year of right-sizing the fees since they weren't increased,
correct.
right? This was agreed upon by all the developers associated with this?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Klein.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Al. I just want to get clarification, kind of piggybacking on what Councilman Hernandez talked about as well, that this increase is designed to help cover the cost of service. Will it meet that, or is this like a first of 2 steps that we're going to be revisiting this issue again next year as well? I mean, I don't know. We don't know what costs are going to be next year, but currently, will this increase cover costs as they exist today?
Well, a study was done in 2018, a little bit before I came, and the study showed that our fees were about 40% behind.
Mm-hmm.
So in 20, we work with the development community and say, hey, here's a plan to get you to that 40%. Now, of course, the world has ran away from us, but it made us more competitive, right? I can recruit, I can retain, and I can develop at where we are now. So that's what this would be continuing to do. Next year, we'll probably look at our fees to make sure that we're, within reason, right? Because we're cost recovery, we're special revenue fund, so we don't really make a profit, so to speak. So we'll just be looking at that as we go forward, and that's why we're going to convert to CCI because it's easier, and it does allow our fees to still continue to grow.
Right. So again, just to be clear, for my own clarity's sake, if we approve this fee increase, it would then cover the cost of service this year.
That's correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all I had.
Well, for most, right, but the trust fund, not necessarily. Even
That's correct.
Probably for the most part, Councilman, but the developer trust funds, we know that more work is going to be done on those. The 10% is just in line with all the other fee increases. That one's still not enough, but it's better than not having the 10%. Right. Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make public comment on item number 13? Okay, there being no one, I'll entertain a motion. Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Second. We have a second. Please submit your vote. The motion carries. Item number 14 is an ordinance amending Corpus Christi Code Section 18-4 Fire Prevention Permit Fee Schedule and Section 18-20 Ambulance Rates to include a supplementary charge for non-emergency lift assist fee.
All right, good afternoon. Brandon Wade, Fire Chief, Corpus Christi Fire Department. So this is the fees that we had spoke about during the budget presentation. The first one that we're looking at is the non-emergency lift assist fee, imposing a fee of $500 to facilities that are licensed care facilities. These are facilities where the residents are paying to be there and paying for the staff to care for their basic needs. And with that, we're looking at an uptick. We're guessing around 300 calls is where we would see a year that this fee would apply to these facilities. Again, the facilities are required by the state to provide the assistance to the residents that are there. Here's some of the chapters, again, that cover that. Nothing in there prevents them from lifting up patients. What we're seeing on the fire department side is we are being sent to where we don't have a true patient, where we're not transporting anyone. They simply want to be lifted up out of their, either on the floor or they've slipped or in their bed, and we're providing the lift assist, which is supplementing the facility's staff. So this is where we're looking to fee. This is something that is coming across the country. Tacoma, Washington has put this in, the city of Omaha, and we're starting to see more cities do this as this is a growing trend across the country, utilizing the fire EMS service to do these non-emergency lift assist fees. This does not go to the single-family resident, the person that's in their private home, or any of that, just to be clear with that.
We have a motion to approve.
Motion, okay.
We have a second. Let me get a couple of people who have comments. Councilman Hernandez?
Chief, I was looking at the pricing, but I didn't see anything on the fire service outside the city limits. Are we not, did I just miss something here?
No, we're not looking to change that. We are looking to make some adjustments to that ordinance for the calls outside the city limits. There was some confusing language that we need to clear up, where we were looking at fire. I think the one that you're talking about is fire calls outside the city limits.
Correct.
It also had written language in there for medical in there, which we already have an ordinance for medical billing, so we're trying to clean that up. We've ran the data on the recent fire calls outside the city limits. What we're seeing is about 30 calls from the data that we're pulling. We haven't billed for those yet, as we have just cleaned up kind of the EMS side of the house with the EMS billing supervisor, and that is another fee that we're looking to make sure that we're tracking those instances. But we do need to clean up the ordinance because it has some duplication of stuff listed.
Okay, but you should still have a fee associated with it. Is it not part of your fee schedule?
This?
Right. No,
sir, because what we're talking about here with the lift assist fee.
No, I'm not talking about the lift assist fee. I'm just talking about because you have a list of all these fees associated with what you're talking about.
Yes.
Foster home, group
the
homes.
ones that you're looking at, that is just in the fire marshal's office. Those are some of the other fees that are being adjusted. Those are not all inclusive of all the various fees. So you're correct. The one that you're talking about is not listed in there because we're making no recommendations to the adjustment. There was some more slides before the motion was put on the floor that some of these fees from the fire marshal's office is increasing by $50, and then the two new proposed fees that we talked about, I think 2 weeks ago, which was for the mobile food vendor and then also a fire final fee. So it's not all encompassing to the fee you're talking about. We still have that.
Okay, so when are you going to bring that back or bring it to us to make adjustments?
I don't have an exact date for it, but we are working on the language with legal.
Okay, so those 30 incidents, are you going to bill for them, or what do you?
I'll have to look to see if we can go back and bill for those, sir.
Well, I mean, the more time you move away from it, the less likely you're going to recover.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, Chief, I'm confused. If these private companies are required to have the ability to lift people, why are they calling the fire department? I mean, why can't they do that in-house?
In my opinion, it's transferring risk.
That's what I think. Yeah. From moving somebody that's fallen, and if they're injured, they don't want to be responsible for complicating that injury.
Yep, that is, again, just the opinion. I mean, we bring 4 to sometimes 6 strong firefighters, and we go and we take good care of our folks that call us, and we do the list.
And not that I'm against that, but I mean, if you've got 4 firefighters out, that's right. You have a call,
that's right.
You're short 4 guys.
That's the challenge that the fire and EMS service is dealing with across with these private facilities doing the calls. And this is where one of the things that we're seeing is being instituted to try to curb it. I'm not saying it's going to make it all go away, but this is a first.
So up to now, we haven't charged these anything?
Correct. Okay. Until we can get this fee in place.
Okay, thank you very much.
And truly, Chief, $500 is nowhere near the cost of sending 4 firefighters out there. We really need, and maybe you are, but, you know, the root of this issue is not, the solution is not a $500 fee, although we should be getting something, so thank you for bringing it forth. But the root, right, is what we need to fix, and that's a huge problem, obviously. But are y'all looking, whether it's legislatively or, I mean, otherwise?
Well, part of it we need to go and do the education piece. So we've talked to some of these places, but they have, employees have verbatimly told our firefighters this is their policy, they call us. And this is some of the things to address it, but we also need to work with them, continuing to work with them. But again, if you call the fire department, we're going to respond. So we need to work with them and address it as well.
The 500, who came up with 500?
So we based that off salaries with it. So we looked at, you know, a captain's salary, a firefighter, 2 engineer, 2 firefighters, and we put that in place. There's some cities that have done $400. There's some that have done up to $800. So we looked at what we believe we can do, the kind of cost recovery for the salaries of the firefighters, which go to the call, respond to it, plus do reporting for, I think, up to about an hour and a half. And that's where we came to the $500.
I would think it'd be more, but okay. Councilman Hunter.
Chief, I just want to let you know I agree with you on the lift assist fee because it takes the pressure off the rest of the residents to have to pay for these issues. However, it's becoming very difficult and more difficult every year to open up businesses in this city. So coupling this with the other service charges is going to cause me to vote against this. I just want to let you know. And I wish you the best and thank you for the lift assist fee.
For sure.
Okay. No more questions or comments. So I'm going to ask if there's anyone who would like to make public comment on item number 14. Okay, there being no one, did we have yeah, we did. We have a motion and a second, so please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Item number 15 is an ordinance amending sections 19-33, 19-44, 23-20, 23-22, 23-57 and 38-9 of the Corpus Christi Code to increase fees for food health permits, vendor permits, food handler certificates, on-site sewage facilities inspections, daycare and foster home inspections, and commercial swimming pool inspections.
Good afternoon, Council. Fawzia Khan, Director, Public Health District. So Environmental and Consumer Health Services is a public health district division, and it focuses on foodborne and environmental-borne illnesses. Our primary focus is to educate the community and the industry regarding food safety. We provide inspections and permits for restaurants, convenience stores, mobile food operations, for temporary events and catering operations. We also provide food health permits, retail health permits, mobile health permits, and food handler certificates. We also provide OSSF, that is our septic tank permits and inspections, foster home inspections, and swimming pool inspections that are commercial. We are requesting an increase in environmental and consumer health permit fees. We are proposing that because our fees are lower than environmental fees compared to other major cities in Texas. We have not increased these fees since 2006, and only the septic OSSF permits were increased in FY21. The fee increases are based on the current cost of providing the services, accounting for inflation and increasing the cost of supplies and materials. Also, because city is the sole operator, we are requesting that the fee schedule for services provided under the environmental health will be adopted to standardize all fees and include services provided outside the city of Corpus Christi. So these are some of the proposed fees. When we look at our restaurants, we have multiple tiers of restaurants, small restaurants, larger restaurants. So we are requesting, I'll give an example, 1 to 9 employee restaurant, 205 to 225 increase. Similarly, we are asking retail health permit, 85 to 125 increase, mobile unit increase, 100 to 140. And again, the total revenue currently in FY24 is anticipated to be $685,000. The plan involves increasing fees for all the above that I have mentioned to you before. And with this increase for FY25, the increase would total the revenue by approximately $167,000. Approval of ordinance amending section 1933, 1944, 2320, and others of Corpus Christi Code to increase fees. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Khan. We don't have any questions or comments. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I just want to make sure that this is based on the cost of service, not based on what somebody else charges.
Something?
Okay, so when we look at setting fees for us here in Corpus Christi, we're not basing it on what somebody in Houston or Dallas charges, right?
We are looking at the cost of service that our staff salaries, the cost of the supplies,
so
and everything. We have considered that.
That's the work what really needs to be done. The fact that some other cities paying a certain rate should not factor into that. It should be what our cost of service should be.
We have looked at our cost, yes.
Okay, so I guess what I'm looking at is it kind of like what Chief Wade had did with the cost based on pay for certain firefighters to go and do some things and report for an hour and a half. That kind of gives us an idea of what he based his cost on. So that's what I'm referring to in terms of these costs, because it should be based on what it's costing us to provide the service, right? I don't think it should be, how many cities above us or whatever. It should be what it costs us. So we're making sure that we're basing it, we're charging our residents what it costs to do the service.
Yes, we have looked at our public health technician, the time, the mileage, the fuel cost, the vehicle wear and tear. We have looked into all of that.
Okay, and then the fact that we didn't increase rates since 2006, I think you probably should have adopted something similar to what Al Raymond did in terms of stepping it up over a period of time, as opposed to doing it all at once. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there anyone that'd like to make public comment on item number 15? Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Please submit your vote. The motion carries.
Thank you, Council.
Yes, ma'am. Item number 16 is an ordinance amending the City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 36, Parks, Recreation, Cultural, and Leisure Time Activities, Section 36-7, Rental Rates and Recreation Fees and Charges.
Yes, ma'am. I'm Robert Dodd. I'm the Director of Parks and Recreation. So by city ordinance, we are giving you our fee schedule for review and approval today. The proposed increases have not been adjusted since 2021. Some of the proposed FY24 fee schedule includes fee increases for athletic field rentals, community center spark camps at recreation centers, and latchkey and summer latchkey after-hour kid power for Cal Island ISD only. Parks and Recreation is proposing 2 new fees, which is our athletic outdoor sports facility usage agreements, and also a one-time after-hour kid power registration for CCISD and Cal Island ISD. You'll see our athletic facility rentals $45 to $60. It's currently $45 and moving to $60. Our outdoor sports fields is new. You'll see the proposed fees in there. Rental per field and tournament field rental as well. Community Center Spark programs is from $25 to $30, a $5 increase with the extra child will be another $5 as well, $10 to $15. These are our latchkey and summer latchkey changes, current fees and proposed after our Kid Power prorated months, which are December and March. December when they're out a week for Christmas, or March maybe when they're out spring break. Scholarship fees, daily drop-off fees as well. And also down on the bottom, the new after our Kid Power registration fee is for CCISD and Cal Allen ISD. And I stand by for any questions.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, thank you. So, Robert, Toloso Midway had reached out to me about joining the Latchkey program. Have you had any conversation with them as yet?
We recently, I think you mentioned that at our budget presentation. I know their leases reached out to them. I don't know what that discussion has happened yet, but I definitely get back.
Can you get an update on that for me,
Yes, sir,
please?
I will.
You know, the only concern I have about these is many of these fees are impacting people who are working every day and depend upon these programs for their kiddos. And I don't know, this is a tough one. Thank you.
Yes, sir. After our Kid Power is, $109 for the month, and that's usually from 3 to 6, which is pretty decent compared to, some after school places. So we're pretty cheap.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
This is the change in how we're doing ballparks, right? In terms of charging for fees as opposed to how we used to do it, right?
Yes, sir.
And I know there's some collection issues on the other side, and I'm sure we're going to continue that effort, right?
Yes, sir.
So this is kind of it's hard to gauge how this is going to look like for this year because it's a whole new.
Brand new, yes, sir.
A whole brand new, so. Okay, what are your projections to make at least some revenue versus what you did previously? Or, what's the projection?
I think we're going to make, obviously, some revenue. We've not collected a whole lot of revenue with baseball fields and agreements as well, so. Say that again?
Is this a net gain, a net loss?
Projected Sergio just said $200,000 in projected revenue this year.
It's still, the city would still subsidize the operations of the fields.
Well, we're subsidizing everything in parks. That's
Right.
the idea is not to.
We'll continue even in this model. Go ahead.
Right, Sergio Gonzalez, Assistant Director of Parks. So when we did this model, it was cost recovery between the master plan calls for 25 to 75% cost recovery. But again, to your point, this is the first time that any of these organizations have been charged an hourly rate. So we're going to do this in phases. So we know our first phase that we had with the athletic field crew is going to go from October 1 for the year. Starting in January, we're going to see how those crews are managing the fields. We're going to see if we can go ahead and go into the second phase, which would be more like the Southside Sports Complex. Third phase will go into Price Park. That's where we're looking at making sure we can manage what we say that we're going to do. So we do have a projected, if a perfect world, will be probably a little over 200,000 this first year, or first 2 years with the agreements. After that, once we get these fields up to standard, that we see what we've seen and what we want to bring these fields up to, then we can go ahead and start looking at, can we raise those fees a little bit more? Because right now they are so affordable for these organizations and for the cost of service that they're going to be getting.
Well, a lot of the concern that I've seen is that the fees were not implemented equally, right? You had some that were paying, some that weren't. So, I want to make sure that whatever we do, there's revenue to improve the fields,
right?
And the service associated with it. That's the challenge, right? That's what we're trying to accomplish.
And not only that, but these old leases that we were, that we had, there was no revenue being collected for those. It was in lieu of maintenance. So this is something new where we're going to be collecting.
What about utilities? associated?
Utilities, they were in charge of utilities, the electricity.
So there are no utilities that we have, such as electricity or water or anything like that, that we're paying, that we're expecting them to pay, or how is that being managed? Is it their...
You repeat that one more time, Councilman? I'm sorry.
Okay. There are definitely utility costs associated with the ball field, right?
Correct.
When you light it up, you pay for electricity.
Right.
When you irrigate, you have some water expenditures, right? There's some aspect of that. Are we paying for that and trying to recover the cost, or they have their own utilities associated with that field? And how does that change when you implement these fees?
Okay, so under these fees, everything will be under a city umbrella. The water, electricity. And one of the big reasons for that is because a lot of these organizations, or a lot of the community, is in their understanding that I cannot use a certain field because that belongs to this person or to this organization. What this does is opens it up to everybody. What we've done is the first phase, we've met with, I think, 8 of the 10 organizations already. We have 2 more meetings scheduled this week. And so we're getting that schedule ahead of time. Usually they have their schedule, they have the budget for the year anyway. They have to budget their whole yearly schedule. So they give us that schedule, when they're going to be using the fields, when they're going to be operating it. So it gives the other organizations that maybe want to have a practice, or, hey, my field's underwater, can I use, Universal, can I use Southside? Absolutely. Check the schedule, it's good to go. So that's why it's really important for us to, as a city and for parks as well, to have one umbrella under all the utilities to make it available for everybody.
Okay, so this is, you might want to come back to us at some point and kind of give us a brief on how this is working. Cost recovery, and when I say cost recovery, I mean utilities, right?
Yeah.
And
well, not
and
only
maintenance.
utilities, but it's the cost of service for the field crew as well. So you look at all the aspects of that, yes, you just include also that too. But we can give you a brief for sure, because we know this year is going to be a little challenging, but I think we'll be able to manage it.
Okay, we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, we'll bring a briefing back, Councilman.
Thank you, Sergio. Councilman Suckley.
Thanks, Mayor. Councilman Hernandez stole some of my same questions, but with respect to the cost of services, I can't see that the $200,000 is going to come anywhere close to covering what, because we're now being required to maintain all the fields, right? Yep. So I assume a significant amount of labor, equipment that I assume that we're acquiring or having to acquire to take care of the fields now. That's going to be interesting to see. I won't be on council, but it'll be interesting to see how those updates look, and then trying to figure out what the true cost of service is. We know it's been broken for a long time. I asked about this soon after getting on council. I'm glad we're finally implementing it, but it's going to be a significant labor-intensive process going forward. So, I don't know how staff's going to manage that. You've got in the package, you've got so many dollars per hour. Turning on lights, not turning on lights, managing who's used it, when the stopwatch starts and finishes, and it's labor-intensive.
Yes, sir.
So, anyways, it'll be interesting to see. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Councilman Bonetta.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, first off, Robert, you and your team, and I know Seth Hill's been working on this for about 2 years now, pretty much since he got here. And I think, at least in my mind, I'm sure we had been discussing this before. I know it really came to fruition with me when we were going to do almost a $5 million in renovation or enhancements to the Greenwood ball fields. And so, it's
Okay.
It's not cat videos. Somebody watching cat videos? Anyway, and I said that's the challenge that we have, is that the individuals that lease the ball fields, or were leasing it at zero for maintaining them, we just had to recognize that they just didn't have the wherewithal to maintain them. You have a lot of well-intentioned people that have jobs, and then in addition to coaching, and then they're trying to raise money by selling hot dogs and Frito pies. and it's just not, and we have to remember that now, particular with the Greenwood Sports Complex, or whatever we decide to name it, is, the Greenwood Sports Complex. I mean, you've got a $7.5 million asset that we need to maintain. I mean, that's the thing that we have to recognize. Same thing with, so since we need to take that responsibility over. So I think this is good what we're doing. I think at some time or another, just like anything else, I think you guys have done a good job communicating with our partners, I'm excited about what we're doing. This isn't necessarily raising a fee. And just one other thing that I want to add, my 39-year-old, when he was 5 and we lived in Houston, Texas, and I would drop him off at like living in Houston, obviously it's a 30-minute drive everywhere. So I'd drop him off first thing in the morning. They'd take him to his school that was down the street, and then they'd pick him up after school, and then I'd go pick him up about 5:30, 6 o'clock. And back then it was $95 a week. So, the 100, you said how much that it is?
109.
109.
Yes, sir.
And then I know during the summer camp, huh?
Month.
A month.
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah. So it's 109 a month. So I think, and then I think there's also programs for subsidies, right?
Is there some scholarship, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, through the schools, they have those, yes, sir.
So we just need to make sure that those are available. I mean, that's the thing, we need to communicate with people. So anyway, well, good job on this. So I know Everett still has some comments, otherwise I'd move for approval.
You can move.
Councilman Roy.
I just have a couple quick comments because I think everybody's covered them for the most part, but I wanted to, first of all, you can tell that you guys put a lot of time into this. You said 2 years?
Yes, sir.
It's well thought. I mean, I had a little concern on another item that we were going from 0 to 60 real quick, and you guys have put some thought into this, so thank you. My other question is, when there's, for example, a tournament going on, does that mean that you have a city staff person there covering that tournament? Like, let's say there's a baseball tournament, it starts at 7 in the morning and it ends at 7 at night. And you're going to charge them per hour, right? Do you have to have a city member there?
I think we will, just to make sure the facility's open and everything is available to, we're not going to officiate, we're not going to umpire games, we're not going to do things like that, but what we will do is make sure somebody is there to open it, close it, check throughout the day.
Okay,
sure
open and close.
Restrooms are working and everything is
because that's expensive.
Well.
Yeah, I was just thinking that's expensive. That's really going to cut in to what you're doing. That latch, my kids use a similar program, and I know that it's invaluable to parents, especially when it's a good cost like that. So again, I'm really behind that. I was just thinking, Coach, how coaches are. So you got to watch them because they say they're going to start at 7. They may just end at 2, but really end at 2 in the morning, right?
I agree, sir.
I'm giving you a hard time, but the bottom line is it's well thought. And anything on the tennis courts though that you guys are doing different?
On the tennis centers or tennis courts?
The tennis courts, like Al Cruz and that. Anything?
We have our RFP went out. We have interviewed 2 potential groups that want to take over those facilities. Okay. And I don't know if the letter went out on Friday. I'll have to check to see, but I think the letter went out on Friday to award that group. Yes, sir.
All right, excellent. Keep up the good work. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to help Councilman Roy on a lot of the leagues, they are there all day long. There's a city staff member, and they are there for 6 or 7 hours. For one of the leagues, that's about how long it lasts, so they are there. I've witnessed it firsthand. I'm not sure about baseball. I haven't gotten a chance to see that, but just for reference, on a lot of other sports, they are there at the entire time.
Yes,
sir. Okay.
For approval.
We have a motion and a second. Is there anyone that would like to make public comment on item number 16? Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. We are going to take a 5-minute recess, and then we're going to return and finish our agenda at that time. Okay, we're going to go ahead and reconvene our meeting. And let's see, we are on item number 17. No, yes. Item number 17, that is a public hearing and first reading ordinance amending section 55-079 drainage utility charge of the Corpus Christi Code of Ordinances to levy an amended schedule of stormwater drainage charges.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor, Council, Ernie De La Garza, Director of Public Works. Today I also have our consultant online with us, Henrietta Locklear with Ratellis. And then also I'd like to begin with an introduction of our Assistant Director of Stormwater, Mr. Jason Alvarez. He can give a quick intro of himself, and then I'll get back to the item.
Thank you.
Hello, Madam Mayor, Council. Thank you for this opportunity, working here for the City of Corpus Christi. I was born and raised here in Corpus, went to school, high school in Callan, went to college in A&M Kingsville. I come from TxDOT, 17 years with the department. Before that was with the private industry, but we won't go there. But anyway, I appreciate the opportunity to work with all of y'all. I already met some of y'all at some of the public meetings that we had last week, so it's been fun. So I look forward to continuing on. So thank y'all.
Wonderful. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. All right, so today's item is a public hearing and first reading ordinance amending the drainage utility charge, also known as the stormwater fee. The stormwater fee was established as a standalone fee in 2021 and went into effect in 2022. The proposed fiscal year 2025 estimated revenue is $31.9 million. Debt obligations and planned stormwater enhancements require a newly leveraged fee for residential and non-residential customers. Not shown on the screen, but I'll read out the 2025 new fees for Tier 1. It's residential rate Tier 1 is $7.74. Residential rate Tier 2 is $10.32. Residential rate Tier 3 is $18.06. And the non-residential rate is $10.32 per ERU. As explained in our budget proposal for stormwater, for fiscal year 2025, we are proposing the $33 million for stormwater fund. The majority of the budget is used toward operating costs, with personnel costs coming in second at about 24%. You've seen this before. This is our 5-year enhancement forecast. To note, as part of our plan here, we have a breakdown showing that we propose the 5 additional street sweepers and the 2 FT operators to assist with enhancing our level of service there in 2025. And then we also proposed the creation of a maintenance of lines crew, which consists of the 9 FTEs and equipment. That was based off of that CCTV contract that we had approved as well early on. And then also to continue with our service enhancement forecast, right here we have with our 19,000 inlets to service, our goal is to inspect and service each inlet close to once a year. We'll continue to hold our vegetation at 20 times a year cycles for the 2,400 acres in our inventory. And that's 2 times a month for the 8-month wet season and 1 time a month in the 4 drier months. The street sweeping will continue its transition to city forces only program with the proposed enhancements. We come a long way in developing this non-existent program in the beginning, and we plan to ultimately sweep residential streets at 4 times a year and collectors and arterials at 12 times a year is our goal for the city. This coming fiscal year, we'll begin a minor channel maintenance program, which currently is on an as-requested basis, and this will help to begin our ultimate service goal of maintaining over 200 miles of roadside ditches every 3 years. Major channel maintenance will continue. Our service level goal of 2-year cycle for maintenance, and our final enhancement is to begin inventorying, getting an inventory of about 700 miles of underground stormwater system complete. Stand by for any questions, and we also recommend the approval of the amended drainage utility fee as presented.
Councilman Suckley.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Ernie. Back to page 5. On the right-of-way mowing.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to ask, I know you and I have had a couple conversations regarding a couple places in Flower Bluff specific. So, for example, did those qualify as right-of-way mowing? Both of those instances that it was grown way, way higher than 3 feet or so?
Correct. Yes, they did. As a matter of fact, what I'm going to do this go around is now with Jason on board, and I have got with our work coordinators that we're going to audit internally our acreage because of that issue that came up. We've also had instances like that you sent me one, and then the second one you showed me was when the resident doesn't mow the right of way that they're supposed to mow. And so we'll do one, I guess you would call it a complimentary mowing, and then we put that letter in their door explaining that it's their responsibility to handle. I'm curious to see how many of those instances we also have inside the city limit, because they have been coming up. It's not anything that we have been tracking in terms of numbers. So I did talk to Jason and the team saying that we would like to get a handle on how many times that does happen throughout the city.
Okay, because that one in particular on Yorktown, when you and Gabe and I were trading emails, he indicated that it was going to be done, I think, in the following week, which would have put it right at 2 months.
Right.
And so I'm seeing 20 times, and I think in that email he had talked about maybe 9 or 10 times, don't quote me, per year.
Mm-hmm.
And so I thought that, if it was done more seasonally during the growing period and you made it more dense during the growing period, then you could probably accomplish it to some extent. But 20 times is awesome, but it's just not happening.
Right.
So, but to your point, we need to audit and figure out what's going on, because if we're funding 20 times and I've got 2 months of 5-foot high vegetation on Yorktown, there's a problem.
Correct. Yes, sir. We'll get to the bottom of that.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Klein.
Thank you, Mayor. Ernie, thanks for the presentation. I've been concerned about the growing stormwater fees, but I think it's doing good work. I see that it's growing steadily since it was first implemented, and I guess I know Peter referenced a 5-year plan. I guess you did as well, a 5-year plan. Is that the plan then for the fees to grow for 5 years? I guess in 2022, and then will they level off, or are you talking about something else with regard to a 5-year plan?
No, I believe it'll level off, but we are acquiring, more assets, as time goes on. And so that's what we really have to, get a handle on. Another thing that we have to consider is all of the state roadways that we maintain. That's another thing that I talked to Jason and the team that I want to get a number on as well. Like your Saratogas and Staples, stuff like that. And then working with, when we had that open house with TxDOT, and I was able to give them input on trying to minimize the amount of that green space so that we don't have so much to maintain. So we've had those discussions as well. And then, of course, the partnering that we have with TxDOT also on SPID, and then explaining, how do we leverage our resources as well as theirs to really have a beautiful and clean city, right? Because that's what we're trying to do, especially on the very visible corridors.
Yeah. And I think I saw in your presentation that in 2026 and 2027, you're going to add still more street sweepers, which I think is a good thing. Certainly is necessary, but that would suggest that there's going to be an increase that I guess in fees to help cover that additional cost.
Correct, and we get with this budget initiative, we get the street sweepers that we need. It's just the staff.
Right, and I just throw this out as well. I think I mentioned this once before, but let me say it again. There's a video out online now. It's about 10 years old now already. It's called All the Cups. It's about 2 minutes long, 1.5 minutes long, something like that. All the Cups. Check that out because it's pretty disturbing. It's a video of the stormwater drain, water coming out and trash coming out of the stormwater drain at, I think it's Cole Park. From about 2014 or so. And my hope is that they stepped up the creation of street sweeping where we didn't have any before, and the increase in street sweeping, along with the trash catchment mechanisms in the stormwater drains we've got in Cole Park and down at Water's Edge Park now that's being put in place, that'll help to keep that, make that video no longer relevant. I hope so anyway. Thanks, Ernie.
Councilman Roy.
You know, we've talked a lot today about educating the community because, you know, I get a lot of complaints, and I don't, in terms of stormwater and people that don't take care of their gutters or whatever in front of their house, and they seem shocked, like they've never known that was supposed to be their responsibility, you know. Even little things like I went out and that ballard tree, I think we've talked about that, but just looking at the grass, that's their responsibility. They just don't know. And I think if we could add that to our communication points that we're looking at just to remind them, I think that would work, because a lot of times what happens is that they let it go to the point where, you know, it's really high. If they stayed on top of it when they cut the rest of the grass, it probably wouldn't get to the point where it's at now. You know, but I just think we need to continue to educate across the board and talk to people. I don't know, public service announcement, just how important it is for them to keep those drains clear that's on their property. So.
Yes, sir.
That's it. That's the only thing I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Peter, because of all this increased street sweeping, are we going to get any credit to the federal government for the agreed order that we have with them?
The Clean Waters Act, we may. We'll have to look into that. I don't know if Drew's still here, but I forget the amount of, it's tons literally of debris we're picking up off the street that otherwise would be in the bay,
right,
in the estuaries and the creeks. So do you remember how many tons it was? We calculated it was like a massive amount of tonnage that we're picking up. We're not even fully there yet, but we'll look into that. It's a good idea.
Yeah, it just seems like we should get some kind of credit for the money we're spending doing that.
Yeah.
Well,
good point. We'll have Drew look at it. Drew's right there. Okay, we'll look into that.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's all the questions and comments. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make public comment on item number 17?
This is a public hearing also, Mayor.
It's a public hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we'll open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 17? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public hearing. And we have a motion. Second. And we have a second. Any further discussion? Please submit your vote. The motion carries. We're going to go to item J. That's a consent agenda, items 18 through 30. I know Ms. Campos was pulling item number 19. Are there any other items that she would like to pull, council members? What number? Item number 26. Anything else? Okay. I will entertain a motion to, pardon? Yeah. Well, to approve consent agenda with the exception of items number 19 and 26. We have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote. The motion carries. So item number 19 was the first item pulled. That's an ordinance authorizing execution of new 15-year industrial district agreements. Heather, or Ms. Campos, you had a question or comment?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know if, well, I think I counted how many comments we received just by email regarding the IDAs, plus what we received from the audience. And for me, that tells me that we still don't have a consensus from the community. I know where my council members, fellow council members stand, but as far as a consensus from the community, looking at the IDAs, especially just with the information that, like I've mentioned earlier about CC Polymers, and maybe I have, I guess I misspoke about them going bankrupt, but I'm looking at the history of this agreement that we had with CC Polymers, and them agreeing that they were going to provide, 200 jobs and so forth. That didn't happen. I want to at least look at that particular company and see if we can go back to them and see if we can exclude them at least from the IDA if they don't fulfill their agreement. We are allowed to go back and say, no, you're not part of the IDA. Is that correct?
I don't believe so, because our IDAs are for payments in lieu of taxes. If there was a second economic development agreement with them, then that would be something. But the IDAs do not guarantee jobs. Those are not within the IDAs, and so it is based off the value of the improvements, value of the land is what is included within the IDAs.
Well, we always refer to these corporations as providing X amount of jobs. You're saying that part of the IDA agreement with these particular corporations doesn't tie them into providing jobs. Why would we agree to have an IDA if they're not going to be providing jobs?
Because the industrial district agreements, the basics behind an industrial district agreement is the fact that in lieu of them paying a payment in lieu of taxes, we agree not to annex into the city. And so that is the basis on the industrial district agreements. And so what is included in that is the financial arrangement. Instead of paying property taxes and being annexed, they pay a percentage of what they would pay within the city limits. The city property tax rate is applied to that along to those valuations, and then that right now what we're proposing is a 74.5% is applied to that percentage. It is not tied to creation of jobs. It is not, and then in addition to that, we are requiring the backflow prevention. They have to have a certain backflow prevention in there, and then we have some other provisions within there, but it's all wrapped around the financial commitment for those payment in lieu of taxes.
Okay, so you're saying that when a company such as this one eventually maybe, goes bankrupt, it doesn't affect their agreement on the IDA because it's not based on jobs. If it's okay. So I guess my other question is, we were looking, the previous IDA was agreed upon for 10 years, and now we're, looking at at 15 years. Can you just state why exactly you agreed to agree to the 15 years as opposed to the 10-year?
The basis of the contract was negotiated based on a 15-year agreement. That is one of the reasons, and when we went through that is looking at what the increase in the pilot was. The pilot was increased by 19% based on the fact that we would have a 15-year agreement.
But wouldn't it really, it would go against the city's, interest, because if we agree to go 15 years as opposed to 10, we can come back and renegotiate possibly a better deal than just the 19%. Because aren't we foregoing some other, like personal property, franchise fees, and some other things that we're agreeing to let go, to not collect on?
So the business personal property, yes. And so during those negotiations, a higher pilot on improvements was offered in lieu of charging for the business personal property. As far as sales tax and franchise fees, so that has been brought up a lot.
Yeah.
We really don't have a way to estimate what those sales tax or franchise fee would be. Those are only subject to electricity that is bought on a retail basis. Many of these industries have wholesale contracts, and so there is not a amount of sales tax or franchise fees that is being forgone because it is not within the city limits. Those do not apply to wholesale type of electric contracts.
And how does that apply to bootstraps? Like, is it that they're able to, they sell their electricity back, right? Is that the way?
But that wouldn't be, so the franchise fees and the sales tax is collected on the purchase of electricity, not necessarily on the sale of electricity.
But if they were to be annexed, it would then affect on the sale? No, it wouldn't?
No. The franchise fees and the sales tax would be only on the sale, the purchase of electricity that there was being used within their operations. But that is only subject to retail electric contracts. If they are buying wholesale or have other agreements, then the sales tax and the franchise fees normally are not included in that, are not subject to that.
Okay. I don't know if I guess there's some other people that may have some questions. That's all for now.
Councilman Klein.
Thank you, Mayor. Heather, thank you. I'm wondering, how to phrase this. I'm wondering why we need to do this today. Would it be possible for us to wait a week or 2 weeks to deliver this on the IDAs? And I'm thinking about CC Polymers, and it's kind of a fluid situation. I don't know what their situation is financially, but it seems unstable at the very least. And I'm wondering, is there a dire need to do this today as opposed to 7 days from now or 14 days from now or something like that?
There is not a dire need. We did base a timeline on having these agreed upon. Then once the master agreement is agreed upon by City Council, then we go through about 60, we estimated it was going to take us at least 60 days to distribute all of these the agreements to the 80 companies, have them executed and bring them back. Right now we're looking at a November 1 time frame. If this is pushed back further, then that means we would not be fully able to execute all of these until a later time. The reason why we want to get this done sooner than later is that if we do have those that do not enter into an industrial district agreement or into this industrial district agreement, then we do need to start annexation proceedings. We would like to get that started before the end of the calendar year. That would not be, the annexation would not be effective and Miles, you can correct me, I believe it would not be effective until the next tax year. We skip a tax year, but we'd like to get that done so that we can make sure that we have that annexation started. It is in process.
Yeah, under the previous IDA, current IDA, the annexation can't be effective until after December 31st. Yes. So we need to have time to have a team, and this will be a huge team effort to get 70 plus IDAs executed with legal descriptions attached. So there will be a lot of work that we're going through, and we have to have time to go through all that work and then take annexations to you to start the annexation and complete the annexation process as quickly as possible on those entities that refuse to enter into the industrial district agreements.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's all I got for now. Thank you.
And Mayor, can I just add, just for the record here, because we do appreciate our industrial partners. So this is not an exclusive deal with CC Polymers. They're one of 80 entities. They've been listening to the council meeting. So Jeff Shea, who is the CC Polymers plant manager, he said, number one, they're not going bankrupt. And number two, they're in good financial condition. 3, they're gonna, if they enter into the IDA with us, we'll be getting property tax payment or payment in lieu of property tax. So even if the plant's not running, we'll get payments, the city will. So I just want to put that up for the record because there's been a lot of talk.
Yeah, thank you.
So they called us specifically to say, we're not bankrupt, we're in good financial condition, just so people have it for the record.
And I also want to point out, this is the first IDA that we will have executed that will also include a petition for annexation that will be executed by each of the people doing an industrial district agreement. So we will have a petition for annexation that we can put on file, that we can file if there is a default in any of these industrial district agreements.
Okay, thank you, Miles. Councilman Suckley.
Thanks, Mayor. Heather, I think you were here for public comment today.
Yes.
And I was hoping you'd take a couple of minutes to just contest some of the misinformation that was discussed with respect to some of the dollars that we'd be foregoing in the event that we did the IDAs.
Sure.
Because it amounted to tens of millions of dollars we were being told we were giving up. So,
Exactly.
thank you.
So if you do the comparison between the average home value and the value of the industrial district agreements, so between 2015 and 2025, the average home value went from $113,000 to $201,000, and this is per the Nueces Central Appraisal District. So that's a 78% increase over the 10-year period. In that same 10-year period, the industrial district agreement revenues have increased 273%. So we have went from about $7 million a year up to about $28 million a year over the 10-year period. So that is substantially more than what normal, I think the illustration was a 10% increase in home values over a 15-year period, which doesn't exactly come out to 150%. But the industrial districts over a 10-year period have grown 273%. When we use the value of the $120 million, that is based off only a 5% growth factor over the 15-year period. And so looking at the rate that has grown over the last 10 years, we anticipate that it'll be more than a 5% increase, which means that $120 million will be more over that time period. The illustration, while I understand what they were trying to do, is not exactly correct. And these, we have seen substantial growth over the 10-year period on the industrial district agreements, or industrial district valuations.
Thank you.
Councilman Barrera.
Yeah, I just kind of want to echo a different version of that, and I think we just need to be cautious, when misinformation is spread. I mean, usually there are people that see things on the internet, or they hear comments like, CC Polymers is bankrupt, and for some whatever reason, that's a position to argue against something like this. And somebody asked me the other day, 15 years is a long time, and I said, well, the thing is that as I've said, industry is looking for a predictable regulatory environment. They want some certainty. And, I understand if you don't want to recruit industry, then I get that. That's your point. Vote no. I think a large portion of this council, or majority of this council, wants us to continue to expand industry. And once again, the numbers that I looked at, and I got them from last year's budget, is that 10 years ago, it was about $5 million in revenue, and then last year, $28 million. It's going to be increased to $33 million. Mm-hmm. So there's the argument they're not going anywhere. Okay, that may be true, but they're not going to expand. They're not going to expand, and if they decide, because there's been some challenges this year, whereas there's been several others that have made decisions because of the political uncertainty to expand elsewhere, and then once again, then that allows them to draw down. But to draw down their operations here because it's not a favorable regulatory environment. And I think the 15 years provides a favorable regulatory environment. And with regard to the idea of the pollution, if this expansion over this course has gone to $28 million, then when I first got on the RTA board in 1999, we were discussing, I've said this before, clean air. And during those last 25 years, we've never been in non-attainment, and we've continued to expand. $9 billion with Gulf Coast Growth Ventures, I think $14 billion with Cheniere. So with those expansions, we're still remain in clean air attainment. So, and then another statement says, why are, the other thing that I heard was that they're exempt. Well, they're not exempt. I just wish, every time I hear that, I said, where is it you think that they're exempt? And then why 74.5%? And well, the thing is that you realize we provide no services to them. And you say, okay, but if there's a murder out there, then police are going to go out there, or shooting or something. Well, when was the last time there was one? And then even then, that would just be, we do that for the city of Portland. I mean, we do that, we're good partners to whatever the case is. With regard to if there's an accident out there and an ambulance is required to do that, well, insurance is going to pay for that. So, once again, they provide their own solid waste services, they provide their own security, they pay tariffs to the port for additional security, they provide for their own fire company, they manage up to their fence line, they manage their own streets, on their own underground utilities, and they're paying us 74.5% for us to not provide those utilities. So I guess the only reason I'm speaking of this is because I really don't appreciate the misinformation that's out there, basically because they're trying to say that, I don't know how much of this that I saw, and I think sometimes when I talk to people, I said, no, that's not the case. This information that I hear that they're getting a free ride, and they're not getting a free ride. And so the majority of people that I've spoke to, of course, it's my network. My network is pro-business. Those are individuals that they had their questions, we answered them, and they felt very comfortable with where we're moving forward, regardless of whoever comes. And most of those people are working people, so they don't have the ability to come over here during the council meeting and make comment. So thank you.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. So Heather, I want to go through, you sent us this document here last week. At our meeting last week, it was stamped draft, and I asked for, a final copy. So I want to just go through some of this to clarify some things. So as part of this new agreement, the land that these industrial customers sit on still gets taxed at 100%.
That is correct.
That's correct. So we receive ad valorem at 100% of whatever the appraisal district appraises those properties for.
Yes, and just clarification, so they pay 100% of what they would pay if they were within the city limits. So it is the appraised value times the city's adopted tax rate times 100%. So it's 100% of what they would pay within the city limits.
So the land is taxed at 100%?
Yes.
Okay. And then the 74.5%, so that's going to, how much is that going to bring us the first year it's in effect?
So it's about approximately $5 million more into the general fund, and then a little over one.
But what's the total number?
Oh, about 32 million.
32 million.
Mm-hmm.
That's first. So second year.
I don't know what the second year is. It would be we are assuming about another 5% increase on that, but that's just an estimation. So depending on how much the
let's just assume for argument's sake that the so if the property rates appraisal stayed flat, it'd be another 32 million. So
yes, exactly, total.
So over the course of the 15-year period, assuming there's no increase in the property valuations, are there? So that the 74% represents the equipment that they have on site, correct?
So that is the 74% is the value of the equipment times the city's tax rate times 74.5%. So they will pay 74.5% of the taxes they would have paid within the city limit if they were within the city limits, right. The equivalent of 74.5% of what those taxes would have been if they were within the city limits.
Okay.
On improvements.
Okay, and so that's first year approximately $32 million. Next year it'd be another 32, the year after that, so 15 times 32.
Yeah, it was 120 million.
120 million,
Yeah, the 15
assuming
year.
no increase in valuation.
That's a slight increase. I think we had 2% growth.
2%?
Yeah, so over the 15-year period, we are estimating that the IDAs will produce $760 million over the 15-year period. That's the full 30 million, and that includes, like I said, about a 5% growth.
Well, $750 million.
Yes.
Over the 15-year period of
Yes.
time. Okay. And let's see. And I think the thing, and Miles can jump in here when he wants to, the thing that is sort of unprecedented about this is our involuntary annexation clause that we were able to get industry to agree to.
Exactly, and actually it's a voluntary. So before we had to use involuntary,
yeah.
now it is a voluntary. We will have an executed voluntary annexation petition that can be triggered if the company defaults, or if there's any legislative changes that would prohibit the city from annexing at a future time.
So they would automatically be annexed if that happened?
Yes.
Okay. And Miles, do you know of any other city that has that in their agreements?
No, I think this is pretty unprecedented. I suspect that we will be followed. This is the product of several of the attorneys and economic development working together to try and to make sure that we maximize absolutely or minimize our risk of future changes in the law and future default issues.
Yeah, so if the state legislature decides in the next session that they're going to pass a law that prohibits cities from annexing industrial sites, this would protect us from that.
We have two provisions. We have the petition for voluntary annexation.
Right.
If they default, that just we take that to city council, and there will be an acceptance of that petition that happens at the city council level.
Okay.
If, on the other hand, there's a change in the legislature passes bills in both houses of the legislature to take away our annexation authority in industrial districts, then we file that petition for voluntary annexation, but it must be coupled with a 380 agreement that essentially replicates as a rebate the current industrial district agreement. But in that case, we will get the taxes and we'll have to pay those taxes, a percentage of those taxes back to the industries to replicate the old IDA, because it wasn't their fault the legislature went and changed it.
Right. Okay. Okay, but that's pretty unprecedented as far as the rest of the state goes. I think that's all I had, and with that, I want to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, Councilman Klein, we'll come right back to the motion.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I didn't intend to speak a second time, but I just want to clear something up. I need to get clarification in my own mind, I guess, because Heather, you talked about, I think you said a 278% increase in the revenue coming in from IDAs over the last, is it 15 years?
10 years.
10 years. But that's because we've added additional industries into the area, isn't it? I mean, it's not as if their valuation has gone up, the individual valuation has gone up 278%. It's as if I built a second house on my property and my valuation is going to go up because of that. Or if I buy a second property, my tax burden or tax contribution could go up 278% then, but that's not because the value of my house has increased 278%.
That is correct. So that is a portion of it. So the just as we've seen across all real estate, there has been unprecedented increases just in existing valuations. But 4 years ago, we did add some additional industrial districts within the San Patricio County. And so it went from about a $12 million to about a $23 million revenue generation. But even if you were to back those out, that additionally, kind of make an estimation on that, it has still continued to grow at a good rate.
Yeah, but perhaps at the same rate as home prices have grown in the last 10 years, or perhaps less.
Yes.
Right. So the other thing I wanted to mention as well, there was talk about us being in attainment, and that's good. That's to everyone's credit that we're in attainment. I want to be clear about this, again, just to make sure that I'm checking my facts here. We're in attainment for ozone, not benzene.
I'm not sure. I cannot speak to that.
We have exceeded allowable benzene emissions in this area in 2019 and 2020 and 2021, either on a daily basis or on an annual basis. And so the attainment is for ozone specifically.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to read a statement that was sent out by the Texas Campaign for the Environment. The permit was regarding the CC polymers. Let's see. The permit was originally issued to M&G Resins, which went bankrupt in 2018. It was then transferred to Corpus Christi Polymers, CC Polymers, a conglomerate of 3 plastic companies. However, CC Polymers put construction on hold in September of 2023. Given that one of the companies, Alpac, has written off its entire investment, and another, Indorama, has written off more than $300 million of its investment. It seems unlikely that this plant will proceed, at least not anytime soon. So maybe it was an assumption on me saying that, that they were going bankrupt, and I apologize for that. But I just wanted to read what the history was on CC Polymers. With that, there was a motion and a second. So I'd like to add an amendment. If I can amend this to at least be reconsidered for 10 years as opposed to 15 years.
Second.
Okay, we have an amendment to the motion. We have a motion and a second to amend it to 10 years instead of 15 years.
So you would support an industrial disagreement if it were 10 years? It would be a unanimous vote?
At least it would. 10? I'll take 10.
I just wanted to say that out loud.
Okay, please submit your vote.
Mayor, public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 19? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment or public hearing and submit your vote, please.
What is this?
That's the next one.
It's the amendment.
Okay, the motion fails. So we have a motion on the original motion. Did we have a second
The
on that
ordinance
one?
as presented.
We did, okay. Okay, motion and second for, the ordinance is written, which is 15 years. Please submit your vote. The motion carries. Thank you, Heather. The next item pulled was item number 26, and this is a motion awarding a professional services contract to Hazen and Sawyer, Corpus Christi, Texas, to provide design bid and construction phase services to fully upgrade the complete fluoride system utilized at Owen Stevens. Councilman Hernandez, your question or comment?
Okay, a couple of things here. The award is much higher than than what you have in your CIP page. You have your CIP page of $300,000, and your award is for 532.
Yeah, Nick Winkleman, Director of Water Systems. That's correct, Councilman. So included in this contract are construction phase services and startup services as well. We additionally have $134,000 of additional services that are time and material that we'll utilize if needed.
Councilman, in the fiscal impact of the memo, the difference is coming from another capital project. We were going to do the Upriver Road project, and that's been delayed and put into the long-range plan, so we use that capacity that we had programmed already to pay for the difference.
Okay,
Yeah.
so just in looking at how this is done, and this might be a question for Jeff, the percentage of your design for the overall construction is what, 7 or 10%?
For construction phase services?
Oh, no. Your design as a portion of your overall cost of the project. Should it be
Generally, we use 10% as.
10%. So at 10%, does this include all the additional services associated with this contract?
A lot of these are allowances, so there's a good chance that the actual cost is going to come in well south of the contract value.
Okay, so just looking at 300, you have it a little less than 10% based on what you have here, but if you're looking at 10% of the 532,000, you're well in the 5 million range.
And so is your question of what the construction cost is?
Right.
Or
I want to make sure we have a standard here. Is it 10? If it's 10%, then I'm expecting a $5 million construction cost, or 530.
Well, the what they call the basic services, and this also includes construction observation, is $398,000. And I think you're probably looking at maybe a $3 million project. There's complexity with some of the additional services for commissioning, startup. They put good allowance for if we need additional site visits, things like that. So that's why this seems a little high relative to the projected construction value.
So you're asking them also be project management for this as well?
Not necessarily project management, but there's a greater role for them with commissioning and startup and things like that than we typically have.
Okay, this might be something that we change our capital improvement plan to include, because it doesn't look like we're following what we're required for design services. Simply because it's, okay, so we have a design contract that's much higher than what we have budgeted for, which tells me it's going to be a higher cost in construction.
Yeah, I don't think you necessarily infer that at this point. And if you look at the detail in the proposal.
So you're here guaranteeing me that it's going to be less than $3 million?
I'm not guaranteeing you. But after we get this first deliverable, we'll have a better idea. But, what I am telling you, one of the things we'd like to do, we go at this with kind of a one-size-fits-all. I would like to have more guidance for budgeting, on smaller projects or more complex projects or grant-funded projects. Things like that require a greater level of effort. Things that are more standard, don't have a lot of disciplines, don't have instrumentation and controls and SCADA and things like that, it should be a lower percentage.
Okay, so getting back to the fluoride question, in looking at doing some research on this, the ideal requirement is 0.7 parts per million. What are we currently doing?
Sure, Councilman. So yes, the recommendation is 0.7 parts per million. We also have what we call a background level of 0.2 parts per million. That's naturally occurring from our water sources. The system, as the city manager said earlier today, is very problematic in terms of maintenance and operation. It is running today. I can honestly say we fight it every single day to keep it operating, to get that 0.7.
Okay. And I understand we had some doctors come in here and talk about dental health, but there are also some drawbacks to having fluoride in the water. Has there been any consideration as to how that?
Well, I do want to say that we're under no regulatory requirement to add fluoride to our water system. Also, there is an EPA recommendation to not exceed the maximum contaminant level is 4 parts per million, so we cannot exceed that. There's a secondary contaminant level of 1.7 parts per million per the EPA. And then what we did is we confirmed with Dr. Khan, our director, and with her recommendation and also the director of the area medical professionals, we decided to move forward with the project.
So just out of curiosity, did we do any research as to the amount of dental issues that we have currently that would require this? Because there's been some indication that, you know, we have better dental hygiene now than we did in the past when this was instituted going forward. So is this really necessary to have this incur this expense?
So when it comes to health-related specific questions, I'm going to refer to Dr. Khan.
You can stay with me. Dr. Peterson at Driscoll, she has done an assessment of all the dental caries and the high number of dental caries since our plant was not working. So she did bring a presentation, and I don't have it.
I thought our plant was working and that we did have fluoride in the water.
So we have a benchmark level of 0.2 parts per million. The fluoride system is working as of today. I talked to the plant this morning before the meeting. We fight it every single day. And I honestly say there's some days when it's not working because we've got to repair the pumps, we've got to repair the lines and the feed, and we have a lot of issues with air in the system and flooded suctions because of the corrosiveness of the material.
Fluoride being corrosive.
Excuse me, Council?
Fluoride being corrosive.
Fluoride is very corrosive. In fact, it's one of the most dangerous chemicals that we work with at the plant.
It's hydrofluorosilicic acid that is corrosive, and Drew, Molly, and myself, we did visit the plant, and it's in a very, very bad shape.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Please submit your vote. Please submit your vote. The motion carries.
Whoa. I didn't think. I guess put me for aye since I don't get to be up there.
You're there, you just don't show up. You gotta show anything.
I didn't think it would ever, show
I mean, I
Okay, we're going to go on to our last item, which is, well, second to the last. Item number 31 is a citizen referendum, a request for council reconsideration of ordinance 033436, amending section 2-330 of the Code of Ordinances to provide for outside representation of city officials for alleged violations before the Ethics Commission.
Mayor, City Secretary Rebecca Huerta. So the city charter allows citizens to require the city council to reconsider adopted ordinances through referendum proceedings. If the council fails to reconsider an ordinance, the proponents can circulate a petition to gather signatures of at least 5% of registered voters to force an election on the issue. On August 29th, I received the attached or the statement of intent to circulate a petition calling for a referendum that's in your packets. And the proponent requests reconsideration of ordinance 033436, as the mayor cited, which amends the ethics code, and that was adopted on August the 20th. So Article 1 of the charter provides the following procedures, and I laid out the entire procedures in your packet. So I'm going to talk about the ones that we're on now. So based on the statement of intent, the 5 registered voters did sign it. The city council has until the adjournment of today's meeting to reconsider the ordinance. And if the council fails to reconsider the ordinance within the allotted time, then I provide the proponents a petition page for circulation among the city's registered voters. And the petitioner would circulate that petition. The target election date per the charter would be the next available uniform election date, which is May the 3rd of 2025. But What we're talking about today is your alternatives are you can do nothing, and if you don't take action today, then I will give the proponent a petition page, or you could reconsider the ordinance today. And when I talk about reconsidering the ordinance, a motion to reconsider, not according to parliamentary rules, but according to the charter rules. So if someone on the prevailing side doesn't need to make the motion, we don't need 2/3 vote of the council to make that motion. It would just be someone making a motion to reconsider, a second, and then a majority vote. And if that motion to reconsider was approved, then the council it's like a do-over. So you'd have that whole second reading of the ordinance to consider and vote up or down. So those are the alternatives for you today. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Councilman Klein.
Thank you. Thanks, Rebecca. Just to be clear, so the motion to reconsider does not need to come from someone who voted in favor of the motion last time.
That's right. Yeah, we'll be going by charter rules, not parliamentary rules.
Okay, great. So I'd like to make a motion to reconsider.
Okay.
Okay, Councilwoman, did you have something to say?
Oh, I was just going to ask that same question.
Okay.
So I did second.
So, Rebecca, there's a motion and a second
to reconsider.
So basically, just bring back the item.
Yes, ma'am. If it passes.
And if you'll restate the item, because we don't have it.
It would be the ordinance on second reading. So ordinance 3, the ones that we've given a number to, the ordinance that approved the outside representation, it would come before the council as like a do-over, just like we never voted on it again.
It's not happening now.
No, ma'am. We're going to decide whether we want to do that. So that's the motion that Councilmember Klein made, seconded by Ms. Campos.
Okay. And the motion carried last time.
Yes, it did.
Okay. So,
yeah.
well, I didn't vote for it. Okay. So we have a motion and a second.
And Mayor, there's also public comment. There are a couple of individuals who did want to speak when you're ready for that. Just a reminder.
Okay. We'll go ahead and open public comment. Who would like to make public comment on item 31? Mr. Weber? Mm-hmm.
John Weber, 609 Naples Street. Please raise your hand if you like the Spurs. Please raise your hand if you have listened to the July 18th Ethics Commission meeting. What you have voted for is not what the Ethics Commissioners recommended. Let's listen to a few things they said during the meeting they had with the city attorney.
We don't have money to fix our parks, and here we are trying to decide whether, let's hire attorneys now, for city council and people. So, how about you just dot your I's and cross your T's and keep yourself out of that, situation? Think
have you or just you or one city, let's say you leave one day and then the next guy comes. Now you got one city attorney making the decision whether.
Just at a political party last night, and I'm sitting at a table, and one of the councilmen is telling me how he got front row Spurs tickets to a game. Do you know how much those cost? Thousands. And I'm like, did you know you're supposed to disclose that? Oh, yeah, it was a crazy story. We were trying to be on the down low, and and they shot this shoot, and we wound up on the news. It's like, and the seats were given to him by someone who owns tons of land in town. So.
I don't want to deter people from bringing legitimate cases forward. I would be a little bit hesitant that somebody could potentially read this and say, well, they're going to have an attorney, and I can't afford an attorney, and so they may not bring the case. Is that a possibility?
I'm concerned there may be a violation. I put in my complaint, fill out the form, get everything together, do my research, fill it out, whatever, and I said, I don't want it to be submitted to the city attorney. I want it to be submitted to a board of other citizens. That's the intent, is that I think for democracy, for us to work well, a complaint complaint, it has to feel like it's going to some board that has, this rotation we already have in there, and it's peers, and it's voted on, and it's got a lot of people looking at it. That's really important to me.
Have a venue in which they feel safe coming to us with complaints, and so that it needs to go through us first before it goes to the city attorney's office.
The ethics commissioners are overwhelmingly against the city attorney review, and even implied democracy might not work well. I recommend you vote to repeal ordinance 033436. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Is there anyone else that would like to make comment on item number 31?
Okay, I guess she's not here.
Go ahead.
So, all right. So we're voting to repeal the ordinance?
No, sir, you're voting to reconsider the ordinance, so to just bring it back before you. And then if that's done, if y'all want to reconsider the ordinance, then you would vote on it. And it's like a do-over. You'd vote on that second reading, it'd come before you, and if you vote against the ordinance, that's a repeal. If you vote for the ordinance, then it would stay in place, and I would give the proponent a
Okay, but
page.
right now, we're just voting to bring it back.
That's right.
Now, say that again.
Right now, we're voting just to bring it back.
To reconsider.
If we want to bring it back.
If you want to bring it back, yes, sir. Thank you.
Floor.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Okay, so if we vote no on this, Jim's motion and her second, what does that mean?
That means we don't bring it back.
We
but
don't bring it back,
stands.
it just stays like it is?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, okay, but then there's another procedure where they can, they can get a petition and they could ask
Yes.
if they review it.
They'll get a petition page if the motion to reconsider does not pass.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it would stay in place, and then I would give the petitioner a petition page, and they could continue with that. But this is just to bring it before you again.
Well, and you know, I'm reconsidering and bring it back. And here's the only reason why, is because I'm tired of this misinformation. You know, I'm tired of this misinformation that's coming out. You know, the reason I supported this is because, you know, it's always been that our positions are for the affluent. But yet, somehow or another, we're thinking it's that we're feathering our nest so that way we can go to a Spurs game and not fear restitution or some kind, or whatever it is, some retaliation or whatever, you know. And I'm disappointed that the Ethics Commission would engage in that kind of conversation. I want to go back and see if that's what they're discussing. I mean, I'm just frustrated because here it is. I think Councilman Pusley was trying to do something good to be able to provide for individuals that would not be able to afford an attorney. You know, if somebody that wanted to get on the council that, you know, may be retired on a fixed income, you know, that didn't have the resources. That's the only reason I supported this. So, all right, fine.
Okay, so does everybody understand what they're voting on? Right, just to bring it back. If you want to bring it back.
Right. I voted on this because it included board members, not just council members. And, you know, we asked them for volunteer to these positions. They didn't seek to run for the office a lot of times. Because I know I asked people to volunteer for these positions so we can have community input. But, you know, and then they may get hit with a frivolous, ethics complaint. And they'll have to go through the whole process. And nobody's an expert in all the procedures and stuff like that. So I want to make sure that we have some protections in place for those individuals who may not be wealthy, that can't afford their own attorney. So if it was just for council members, I'd probably vote no on it. But since it is to all board members within the city, I voted for it. So I'll leave it at that.
Councilman Pusley.
Ditto.
Yeah, and I was I'm glad you brought that up because I was fixing to bring up the same thing. And also, Councilman Barrera, it doesn't matter how many times we explain this. There are a certain group of people who are going to continue to espouse false information about this and continue on. And the lady who was making all the comments that he just played chose not to run for the Ethics Commission again, so she's no longer on there.
Councilman Roy.
Yeah, my only comment on this is that I understand we listened to the tape, but we don't know what information that they were actually given because of the fact, and I agree with Councilmember Hernandez, that when I looked at this, I looked at it based on the fact that there are a lot of boards out there and people dip their toe in the water, and, you know, it covers not only us, but it covers all the board members. But you didn't hear one thing in terms of all the groups that were speaking and saying, yeah, but, you know, this could help a board member on, you know, if they come into a situation, because nobody wants to be brought up against the ethics committee. But if there is a resource there, they may think twice about whether or not they're going to participate on a board. So I think you can get answers to questions if you limit the questions that you ask. So I don't know that I appreciate the tape, but I don't think it has any bearing. Thank you.
Councilman Suckley.
Thanks, Mayor. So just again, Rebecca, hate to beat this, but so if we do vote to reconsider and there's enough support to reconsider it, then we'll have a chance to vote again on it. And if we vote again and there is majority support, then it's over with. It's conclusive. The vote's done with, and moving on.
Well, the vote is done, but then what I would do is give the proponent, Mr. Weber and his group, a petition page, because their ultimate, what they're requesting you to do is reconsider it for a repeal. So if you decide, so if we bring it back before you vote in favor, the council votes in favor of maintaining it, then I give him a petition page at that point.
So either way, there's the potential of a petition, regardless.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilwoman Campos.
I've been on the other side too, you know, as Councilman Pusley, being accused of, I guess, having an ethics complaint, frivolous on my side. Anyway, I can say that it's you know, it's not an easy thing to process. It can be stressful, and I am one of those persons that it has limited income. I'm, you know, on Social Security, a very limited income. But even I felt that it was something that I ended up having to hire an attorney at the end of the day because I was not able to be there. The committee decided not to allow me, not to move the date at another time. So I can see both sides of the coin. I really can. But at this instance, I feel that it would bring in even more. I think it would make it more people, I guess, coming to us and accusing us of doing. I think it would bring in even more accusations, actually, if we were to go with this and have an attorney on our side. I really do feel that it would just bring in even more, only because they know that we would be able to hire an attorney and they wouldn't. It's not right. It's not fair. I don't know if it makes sense, but for me, I would prefer that we leave it the way it is. I also think that, you know, it's not a lot of money, but it's still some money that doesn't need to be used in this way. So I'm going to vote to support it, to bring it back, and hopefully you will too.
I'm still here, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, I mean, I don't govern from a standpoint of skepticism or cynicism, But I guess the reason is you think this would invite corruption. Legal representation would invite corruption. Is that what that's what I'm hearing?
Well, it's probably going to be defended. I mean, you're
No, but if you lose, you have to pay. So that's that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. If you lose, you have to pay. That's the thing. So that's the thing I'm wondering. So from a standpoint of cynicism, you think that it invites corruption?
I wouldn't put it that way, but, I'm just saying that it would invite more litigation on both sides. It would.
Okay.
So, John Weber, you would, now this tells you that you'll file complaints more easily because now you know I'm defended? I mean, that's the thing I don't understand. Okay, I'm not doing the following parliamentary procedure, but
Right.
it's just I had a question. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second to vote on bringing it back to reconsider.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let's all submit our votes, please. The motion fails. Okay. Our last item is item 32, City of Corpus Christi's American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA, funding update.
And Councilman Pusley requested this briefing, so this is a quick briefing on how we're doing and spending our federal stimulus money. Yes, sir.
Good job, Mike.
Yeah.
No, it's a good request here. This is a good report, so Sergio's going to give us a quick update. Go ahead, Sergio.
Sergio Villasan, Director of Finance. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. If we jump to slide number 3, we have a brief overview or history of the American Rescue Plan Act. It was signed into law in 2011. It provided $1.9 trillion of funding, of which $350 billion went to states and local governments. The City of Corpus Christi received $67.6 million of relief funding. The Department of Treasury provided guidance as far as allowable uses. Here we have a selective list of uses, which includes revenue replacement, COVID-19 related expenses, assistance to small businesses, nonprofits, aid to impacted industries such as tourism, hospitality, water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure improvements, and support for essential workers. Next, we have the City of Corpus Christi adopted funding uses. In June 2021, the City Council approved to allocate funding for the following projects: $100,000 for downtown outdoor dining development, $5 million for North Beach drainage improvements, $30 million for citywide water line replacement, $18.4 million for citywide wastewater lift station upgrades, $10 million for citywide stormwater improvements, and $4.1 million for fire station number 3. As of August 2024, we have expensed out about $38.9 million. We've obligated 22.8 or encumbered 22.8. This leaves about $5.9 million that we need to obligate or spend by December 2024. If it's not spent, it would need to be returned back to the federal government. The next few slides provide just a brief update on some of the ongoing projects for these funds. We starting with the citywide water line improvements. We have about 70% complete improvements to citywide distribution systems and to water lines. We also have the Nueces Bay project that will go out to bid here soon. Next, we have the citywide wastewater lift station improvements, with Morgan lift station at 90% complete, the Williams lift station at 75% complete, and the Woolridge lift station at 90% complete. Next, we have citywide stormwater improvements, with highlighting here the Williams Ditch projects at 30% complete. Finally, we have the North Beach drainage improvements, which is currently in design and has a new expansion in scope, and fire station number 3, which is expected to be completed in March 2025. This concludes my presentation. I'm here for questions.
Great. Councilman Klein. Here you go. Go ahead.
Hi, Sergio. So you said that we've got, what was it, 5.9 million that we need to either obligate or spend, not necessarily spend, but at least obligate by the end of the year. Is that right?
That is correct.
Has staff got any suggestions on what direction that money might go, or it should best go, I guess?
They are committed to certain project categories. We need to get more information to see what is the timeline to kick those off. We can come back next month with a more detailed presentation for these projects and the pending commitments.
I'm curious to hear maybe the mood of the rest of the council as well, but I know you said in one of the slides here that one of the allowable uses is for nonprofits, small businesses, but also nonprofits as well.
Correct.
I think we should be working with find a nonprofit or several nonprofits in the area here to provide, and again, we won't be able to get this started yet by the end of the year, but obligate this for the future, provide services to the unhoused population, to the homeless population. We got a real problem there. I had a lot of concern about that. I think we're hopefully past the worst of the heat for the summer now, but that population has really suffered egregiously over the last month and a half or so. And so I'll be curious, as I said, to see what the mood of the rest of the council is, but that was something I would certainly consider. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Can I just add to that? So there's a plan to obligate all this money for the projects council initially approved it on. There's no risk that we're going to lose or have to turn back any money. The North Beach one is the biggest on that list, and there's a plan to obligate that for North Beach drainage. Just so we're aware, just so the council's aware.
What is that? Repeat that.
There's no risk of us not being able to meet the December 24 deadline. That's just to put it under encumbrance status,
right,
to obligate it.
Okay.
So North Beach is there's 14 million of work that we have to award a contract for construction work, and this money is an integral part of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you, Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. I thought it was my understanding that it had to be under contract by December 31st.
Right, that's correct.
So the design has to be done, it has to be out for bid, and it has to be under contract.
Some of these dollars could be used for the design services as well. It's not just construction.
That's not what I understood.
Well, yeah, we'll get it clarified.
I've been to a couple of county commissioner meetings where they reiterated that it had to be under contract, and design did not count.
Okay, well, we'll double check that. That was our understanding.
So one of us is not right. Okay. Either them or us.
Okay, we'll find out.
But, okay, well, thank you for the report. I appreciate it very much, and we'll move on.
Yeah.
Councilman Hernandez and then Councilman Suckley.
Okay, real quick, when this came up to us to vote, we specifically decided to use it for the infrastructure needs because we had so many and we didn't have the funding, especially for stormwater, and that's why we focused on the North Beach thing, because we're going to vote on repurposing the Type A funding for the seawall for stormwater projects because we didn't have any, right? We only had what was on our fee, so that's why we did a lot of stuff for infrastructure, because we did have all those issues, and we have a lot of debt issues too associated with that. So it would be probably unwise to go the other direction. Thank you.
Councilman Suckley.
Thanks, Mayor. Real quick, I guess half a day ago now, when we were talking about the sales tax reauthorization, with the flood mitigation, we had I think there was the North Beach Linear Park project. Isn't that somewhat related to this North Beach funding overall?
So while it is what it was being proposed within the sales tax reauthorization is actually the phase 2 of the North Beach project.
Okay.
I believe this is related to phase 1 of the North Beach project.
Okay. Peter, can we get, and certainly I don't want to jump the gun with, District 1 council members that might request it, but can we get an update on North Beach and status of everything and the funding mechanisms? And there's just a lot going on.
Yeah, we can do that. There is a lot going on, as that North Beach Community Association knows more than in many years. So we'll bring that to council as a briefing in these next couple of meetings.
Thank you.
It's a good news story. So yeah, there is a lot happening.
Very good.
A lot of moving parts, but a lot of progress as well. So we'll bring that. Good ideas, Councilman.
Thank you, Peter. Okay, thank you for the presentation. And there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.